All right. So, just a little under 2 minutes, we are going to be live. I wanted to share with you a little bit of a podcast that I've been listening to today. Anything Goes with James English. He had a podcast with a former police officer who had ties to the Freemasons and, quite frankly, became a whistleblower against the Freemasons when it came to sort of talking about his experience in the British police force. So, a very interesting documentary or a very interesting podcast, rather. And Grim here says nobody cares. Well, that's your own opinion, but obviously, I'm just doing a little pre-game show to sort of talk about other things other than what we are going to discuss, which is what Dana White's possible retirement in the UFC. Okay. Those are some of the topic at hand that we are going to discuss. We're also going to discuss what will the UFC look like when Dana White is no longer going to be there. Aside from all of that, we're going to review UFC Macau. I mean, my goodness, the crowd, the intensity, the results that came out of this fight and came out of this whole entire card, rather, was nothing short of amazing. And we're going to go through all the entire card and the entire breakdown of the main event on top. Well, I already did the main event uh, breakdown. We're going to break down the whole entire card because there's a lot of stories that we can talk about in this card. A lot of guys that have been in their debut. I believe one of the female fighters there was an active doctor while she was competing in the UFC. So, Graham, if you don't care for any of that, I mean, you must be a sociopathic person to every degree. But in any regard, there's a lot to care about, including the podcast recommendation that I had just given you. Speaking of which, speaking of podcast recommendation, today I went on the Rich Trapper podcast today. I'm going to show you a clip of that right now before we go into the topics at hand that we are going to discuss. Okay. So let us see. Deals with MMA. Shout outs to Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California represent.
That's right, Kyrie.
If you want to needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming.
Needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all.
All right. So for those of y'all that are tapping in, that was me earlier at the Rich Trapper podcast. Check them out right on YouTube and elsewhere that you can find Rich Trapper. So we're going to discuss right now UFC 310. Obviously, there's a big card coming up which is going to be UFC 310. Now, can you imagine? UFC Macau had already passed, right? Macau has already finished. All of a sudden, we only got literally 2 fights left in the UFC in the whole entire year. What is that? There's the Colby Covington versus Joaquin Buckley fight. And now you have Kai Asakara taking on Pantoja. You want to know the truth about this whole entire fight? I think the UFC looks at Pantoja as a very boring fighter. Now, Kai Asakara, do you have any idea the type of attraction that he sort of garners in Japan? I'm talking Anthony Joshua style stadium fights, the type of crowd that this guy attracts, and he's coming into the UFC. This right here is the quintessential essence of MMA. A guy that fought in another organization, but fought at a very high level, and the UFC, the highest level in all of professional fighting, is allowing him to come in there and basically become a champion on his debut. That's the kind of situation we got with Pantoja versus Asakara. So a very exciting fight. Now, not so fast. Because what if Pantoja has something to say about it? What if Pantoja decides, you know what? Just like being the champion that I am, I'm going to defend his belt. I'm also going to defend the honor of the UFC and not allow this newcomer to come in on his debut and win a world title against me. And that's something that Pantoja has to contend with here. But I think this is a great idea. This is a great concept because this is Japanese MMA concept to the fullest, and they're doing it for a Japanese MMA fighter and a Japanese superstar. Very similar to the boxer Inoue. That's who Kai Asakara reminds me of. Same weight class, knockout power, very exciting fighter, and has a great following behind him. Now, obviously, Muhammad versus Shavkat Rakhmonov was a better fight. That is fallen off. I think that the Machado Gary versus Rakhmonov fight is even better. Now, obviously, that sucks for Rakhmonov because he deserves a title shot. But I'm going to be forthcoming about this, right? I'm kind of glad that Rakhmonov did not get the title shot, not because I don't like him, not because I hate him, but because I just don't like seeing Muslims fight. Now, I think we are at a level right now with a lot of Muslim fighters where we have no choice but to sort of fight each other. Rakhmonov has to fight Bilal at some point. Maybe Omar Nurmagomedov has to fight another Nurmagomedov that's coming up in the 135 division. Maybe at some point Islam has to fight Usman, but that will probably change the trajectory of Islam Makhachev before Usman can come up in there at the 155 division and specifically to fight at a title position. Now, how about this fight going on with Paul Hughes representing Ireland? Now, I don't know if he's in the same gym as Conor McGregor, but I believe that Conor McGregor wants to corner him, which, by the way, I think is really interesting, given that Usman Nurmagomedov is going to have the corner of Khabib and Islam and all those same guys that started that entire melee back in UFC 229. So that's what's awesome about that, right? Usman's got to fight, and that's not even a UFC fight. That's what is awesome about it. That's what's even greater about it. That is not a UFC fight. It is a Bellator and a PFL fight, quite frankly, because I believe who's in Bellator? I believe Usman is the Bellator guy, and it is Paul Hughes who's the PFL guy. So, again, the two major organizations outside of the UFC that sort of combined their powers and their forces and their roster to create these types of cards that we got going on. And I believe that is going to be a Bellator Dubai card, not just an Abu Dhabi card, a Dubai card, which I think makes it a little bit interesting, right? Because obviously the UFC and I believe other organizations, they fight out in the Emirates. Well, the Emirates obviously I think has its own organizations, the UAE Warriors, which is a regional organization. And how about this? Makayev, also fighting in Brave FC. We're going to take a look at and analyze maybe later on. I know that's not part of the entire card or lineup that we got going on, but we're going to analyze his opponent and what that means with a possible re-assignment of the UFC. Is this just an outside endeavor to sort of test the waters out of the UFC, right? And then coming back to the UFC when he comes through the error of his ways or whatever that means or whatever it is. But on any regard, shitty clickbait title, Dana is not reported for misleading dislike. I don't think this is a clickbait in any kind of way. I never said that Dana is retiring. There is an article that sort of forecasts things that deal with Dana, and we can get to that right now. So Rachmanov is taking on Machado Gary. That's the replacement of that. We're going to look at that as well. Ali Abdelaziz. I can't believe this is the actual Ali Abdelaziz, but that's probably a fake. Yeah, that's probably a fake Ali Abdelaziz page, I would assume. But on any regard, let's see here. Let's see here. What else are we going to look at here? So, also the countdown to Usyk versus Fury, which is in December 21st. So that's what we got going on with the UFC and boxing right now, right? First, let's take a look at some of the fights that are going to be happening in boxing just right before December 21st, because after December 21st, there's really nothing after that other than Pride, or I'm sorry, not Pride, Ryzen. I know Ryzen is very big on having New Year's cards. That's what we can really look forward to by the end of the year, but that's really about it. We have 2 UFCs, a bunch of boxing, and then the Fury versus Usyk. So Artie, Katoma, Sabola, that's Thursday coming up. Sonny Edwards versus Galalia Fai. That's going to be taking place in Birmingham. Let's see what else. Liam Paro taking on Richardson Hitchens. Emmanuel Navarrete versus Oscar Valdez. That's on the 7th. Rafael Espinosa taking on Robsy Ramirez. Danny Quartermain taking on Jack Benson. Tyron McKenna, Connor Wallace, Willem Cardoso, Eduardo Ramirez, Murad Aliyev versus Brito. Antonio Vargas versus Guerrero. Yeah, so Natasha Jones. Not a lot of big known fights. Obviously, that is the biggest fight. And then after that, you have Inoue fighting once again on a Tuesday. Ryan Garcia also fighting on a Monday in Japan. Now, look, I wonder, what is it with these Japanese cards where they fight in these particular set of days, right? Inoue has also always been known to fight on a weekday. Now, Ryan Garcia's fighting in Tokyo. That's going to be a weekday as well. So that's interesting, right? I wonder if it's because the Japanese may have a culture where they do something very big on the weekends. And I know there's a lot of MMA fights that are also on the weekends, but I don't know, man. I don't know if it's a cultural thing, because that seems to be the only place that they do that. Okay, see right here, another Japanese card at the end of December, which is, last 2024 card, and that's that. So, yeah, that's what you got going on for that. And then you got UFC. You just had UFC Macau this week, right? We're going to analyze and take a look at UFC Macau that happened just this week. So, check this out. After UFC Macau, there's UFC 310. And then after UFC 310, there's the Buckley versus Colby Covington card. That's literally what you have for the entire year right there. And then the boxing card that I just showed you guys. That's literally all that you have. So let's go back to the UFC Macau card. Now, I got to be honest with you. Going into the UFC Macau card, I thought that I was going to have the sheer discipline of getting up and actually uh, live streaming this fight. I missed out on it. Obviously, I was able to catch the main card as soon as I woke up around 3 a.m. in the morning, West Coast time, which is when the main card had started. Okay. So I ended up catching the card, but I didn't do the live stream. I did do the reaction right afterwards regarding the main event. Now, from what I can tell you about the main event, obviously there were more takedowns on the part of Davison Figueroa, but for whatever reason, Peter Yan won the fight based on the high percentage striking that he managed to put on Davison in this fight. And I talk more about it on a video just right after the fight had happened, right? Obviously, if you see this video, you can see that I'm visibly just very tired from watching the fights because, hey, you know what? Now that you have an MMA YouTube channel, guess what? You got to go in there and you got to cover these fights. Hey, okay, if you're not going to go in there and live stream the fight, then you got to cover it. But then if you cover it, then you also have to make a post reaction video. I think that's the right thing to do if you are given a platform or given some kind of audience for an MMA channel. That's just what you do. I think that's just a responsibility that you have. And I think that there are people out there who are going to want to hear and listen to what you have to say. So here it goes. The main event preview right after me walking around downtown Sacramento. Here we go. All right. So Peter Yan versus Fig. Obviously, Peter Yan came out with the victory on this one. Now, why is that? Well, reason being is because he had the better striking, the accurate striking. And as a result, that is what the judges saw as the favorable winner to the matchup. On Fig's part, he did a very good job of ground control, getting the takedown early, and then getting, I think, the majority of the takedowns in the fight. I think Yan got one takedown of the fight, but nonetheless, I think the striking was enough for him to take the victory. And as a result, that's what you got out of Peter Yan. Now, what does this mean for the 135 division? I mean, again, it's just becoming constantly competitive as the time goes on. And while it's becoming competitive, it's also becoming somewhat of a gatekeeping type of mission. I'm going to give you an example of what I mean by a gatekeeping mission, right? There was a time in the 170 division where John Fitch held the top position up until Johnny Hendricks came and knocked him out. Because everybody remembers John Fitch was the guy that gave George St. Pierre the hardest fight of his career. Peter Yan, I believe, gave a pretty good account of himself against Sean O'Malley, but Sean O'Malley was obviously the one that went on to win the title. And as a result, this is what we have today. Merab as the world champion. It goes from Aljo, and then from Aljo, it goes to uh, Sean, and then from Sean, it goes to Merab, and now it could possibly go to Omar Nurmagomedov. But for now, I got to say that Peter Yan's striking is world class level, and it is at a point where it's literally keeping him at the top of the division right now. Fig did a great job moving up a weight class from a weight class he was originally champion from, and now competing with the top level guys. I think he's still up there. I think he's still competitive with a lot of guys. And really, the best thing to say about this division is it is as stacked as ever. Umar, you got Marab on top. Sean is still ever improving, right? That's a controversial take, but that's the reality of it. He's still highly competitive. And then on top of that, now you got Peter Yan gatekeeping the entire division. But right now, that is all that I really have for you. Live coverage for UFC China. It was a very hard card to wake up to. In all honesty, I only got to see the main card. So what I'm going to do is watch the rest of the card and then all throughout the weekend, maybe do a breakdown for the entire card right after. Okay, but again, what's great about some of these overseas cards is that you can get done with watching them in the morning and then get get to do different stuff on a Saturday night, I suppose, like this one right here, checking out some graffiti art in downtown Sacramento. But don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you guys in the next video. I'm going to end it with this little walk right here. All right, guys, enjoy your Saturday night. I will see you guys in the next content, next video, and the next breakdown, inshallah. All right. So that was literally the entire breakdown of the main event itself. So, what else was in this card that was really interesting? Obviously, the co main event between Zhao Yan and Tabitha Ritchie. Obviously, Tabitha Ritchie is the partner of Callum Walsh, a guy who I had covered in this channel. I covered his fights, did a lot of good views from it, and found some pretty good Irish following out of it. So can't complain about that. Yao Zhang Yan in this one just had the better striking, was a lot more accurate with the jabs and just a lot more accurate with the footwork, and was able to beat Tabitha Ritchie as a result of it. And that was all that she had wrote on this one right here. Moving on to the next fight, of the night. Obviously, this was a knockout of the night right here. Spinning heel kick by Muslim Salikov. Now, obviously, I wish I could show you the highlights of this one, but you guys have already seen it. You guys have seen the knockout kick on this one. What happens for Muslim Salikov here? I think that he is going to be a very serious contender for a lot of people in the welterweight division. But let's see how his wrestling holds up in the elite divisions of in the elite section of the 170 division. But we'll see what comes next with Muslim Salikov. For now, big win, big knockout, and great job on his part. Wang Kong versus Gabriel Martinez. This one ended in a rear naked choke. Okay, so basically put Kwong out, like out cold, right? The referee had to check twice, and that was all that she wrote right there. Rear naked submission, and that was that. Carlos Ulberg versus Volkan Oezdemir. Very close fight, right? The percentage between them was very close. The two takedown attempts by Volkan Oezdemir was not successful. Carlos Ulberg kept it on the feet the whole entire fight, and the judges saw it his way. And that was the end of that fight right there, right? Just a very controversial decision on the part of Carlos Ulberg. Ozzy Diaz gets knocked out by Zhang Minyang in this one, right? Devastating knockout. It literally came out of nowhere, okay? And then followed up with some elbows and ground and pound strikes right after. And then Su Yong Yu taking on Jalesji, which is down in the prelims. So let's take a look at how that fight went. That went to a decision on the part of Ju. 2 takedowns out of 5 attempts. 1 takedown attempt by Bering, and that was all. That was it right there. The percentage of the strikes was on the part of Yu, and that's probably why the judges gave it to him. Now, how about this? The doctor right here, Min Chi, gets a 3rd round knockout against Feng. Now, this knockout was so devastating. I mean, literally devastating, where she was laid down on the floor for a good 4 minutes. Okay. And you know what? The whole entire crowd was very respectful and silent while all of that was going on, which I thought was really interesting to begin with, right? I mean, they showed a different level of respect. I think that if that was a U.S. crowd or a European crowd, they would be going crazy as that knockout was going on. But she was very respectful. Obviously, being a doctor herself, she sort of understands the reality and the damage that this sport can give, not just from an athlete perspective, but also from a medical expert perspective. So most nights she's out there healing people, taking care of them. And this night she was in there to do the complete opposite, which was cause severe damage. And what's interesting about Ming Chi is that her parents, I don't think, knows that she fights MMA. And depending on how big this card is in China, they will know now. But really interesting story. Like I was saying earlier, right? A lot of interesting stories that came with this fight. Tumen Dembarrel taking on Carlos Hernandez. Carlos Hernandez gets a win on this one. The percentage of strikes was on his side. He had most of the takedowns and the ground control, and that was all that she wrote right there. I believe Namjarel had 1 attempt of a guillotine and had missed, but that was all that she wrote. Yeah, decision went on Carlos. The striking was on his side. That was all that she wrote right there. And how about this, right? I believe this was the one of the first fights of the night. Loner Kavanaugh fighting straight out of London, fighting out here in China. Very interesting. Okay, so he wins this fight just by the striking percentage alone. And then the other one, Long Jai versus Li Kwang. Long Jai gets a knockout in this one in the bantamweight division. 1 minute and 28 seconds into the fight. What is this? So your right hook. He hit him with a right hook and then finished it off with some hammer fists, and that was that. And then the first fight of the night, Nicholas Moda taking on Mahashati Hajer, and Nicholas Moda had won this one by a decision. So, how did he win this one by a decision? Again, the striking percentage, right? There were no takedown attempts in this fight at all whatsoever, right? And I always wonder if one guy is a lot more successful than the other guy when it comes to fighting on the feet. When you want to try something new, like maybe shoot a takedown or attempt a takedown in some degree, but unfortunately, yeah, there was none of that going on here, and that was all that she wrote. So that was all for UFC Macau. Great card. I mean, just amazing. The knockouts, the sudden turn of events, and then the main event in and of itself, which featured two high level 135ers, one who's a former champion, two former champions at that. I think the Macau and the China version, I'm sorry, the Chinese fight nights that they have after the New York cards, I think are very brilliant. They've done it before with Bisping versus Kelvin Gastelum, which, by the way, Michael Bisping was coming off of a fight from George St. Pierre getting choked out and then flies to China to replace Anderson Silva due to an injury, right? That's where a lot of these cards virtually had came from. So at least the lineage of these cards that they're now continuing in the post-pandemic era. So moving on, what is the next topic at hand that we have right now? So we talked about the Macau card. We talked about UFC 310, the preview, the final pay-per-view of the year. What else are we gonna? Okay, let's discuss Dana White, right? Because obviously this gentleman earlier, who is posing to be Ali Abdelaziz's page, asked me this. Hey, this is Ishii clickbait. Dana is not retiring, reported for misleading. Well, you report all you want. I'm still here, right? Because I obviously did not violate anything. I'm merely talking about this article that Dana White has right here. Okay. Right here. This is from Essential Sports. So after dominating the MMA sector, Dana White sought the thrill of revitalizing the business once again. To achieve this, the CEO targeted a market that had largely been overlooked by others. And guess what? He triumphed there as well. Power slap has become a phenomenon despite being one of the most controversial sports ever introduced in the United States. Yes, it is very controversial due to the fact that, understand this, right? It's a sport that is indefensive. Like, you're literally standing there waiting for the other guy to smack you up, and you're hoping that he doesn't connect hard enough for you to get laid out. And you can't move or alleviate any pressure or do any type of defensive mechanism other than just trying to prove that your chin is a lot harder than the other guy. Now, maybe for people like me who are purists of MMA or purists of combat sports and are looking at this from a very negative perspective, maybe it is because I understand combat sports from a defensive point of view. But just like life, and just like these competitors that are in Power Slap, I got to be honest with you. You can't go out and save everybody. You ever met that one friend that does hardcore drugs and does all the horrible things? And you're thinking to yourself, you can't really talk this guy out of these situations. That's sort of what a lot of these power slappers are like. They are guys that you can't talk them out of these situations. But nonetheless, yeah, that's what it is. That's just how I look at it. I'm sure a lot of people out there look at it, and that's why it's controversial. But nevertheless, the growth of the sport shows no sign of slowing down. And this is according to official figures. Power slap is increasing in popularity rather than declining. Now, I want to ask a question on that, right? When they mean that the popularity is not slowing down, what exactly does that mean? Look, Dana White once said something very interesting. If you saw four guys playing in a basketball court, you really wouldn't care because there's a lot of basketball being played around the world, let alone the professional leagues in the NBA. There's a lot of them that are being played. But if a fight breaks out, one fight breaks out in the whole entire basketball court, you're going to turn your attention to that fight. Okay. And that's really what it is because people want to see car crashes. Now, this right here, Power Slap is a car crash in and of itself, but it's a different kind of car crash that, quite frankly, would be very difficult for me to get behind. Okay. That's just what it is. Because if you're a purist in terms of being the people that love combat sports for the defensive mechanism that is being brought upon it, well, then honestly, I think that you're gonna look at down on this situation. But look, different strokes for different folks. Hey, there's an obvious market for this, right? But that's really what it is. Okay, so nevertheless, the growth of the sport shows no sign of slowing down. That is according to official figures. Power slap is increasing in popularity rather than declining, and this represents both an economic and moral victory for Dana White. Okay, so during the candid conversation with Noah Kara, Dana White was asked about the success of Power Slap. The host inquired about the amount of investments he had made in the sport who joined him in Power Slap into reality within the realm of the promotion. The UFC CEO explained that alongside with him, there are several people who came in the unison to make this investment. It's me, Frank Lorenzo, Craig Paligan, who was the producer of The Ultimate Fighter. We all put in $1 million, okay? And everybody's been paid back, and everybody, it's been very, very well. And this is according to Dana White, and I quote. So upon listening to Dana's smiling response, Noah Kara was intrigued to know about the valuation of his sport and asked the CEO about the net worth of the promotion. The UFC CEO emphasized Power Slap is anywhere between, in the next 3 months, yeah, we're working right to a deal right now, 750 million to $1 billion. So she's like, wow, that's a lot. Okay. So to further surprise the host, Dana White drops another shocking confession. Okay. Yeah, it's insane. That's off a 4 million investment. The host was further mesmerized by that confession, noting that some people around the world don't even reach half of that number in their lifetime, while White has achieved it twice. Dana White further emphasized that it would be better to invest in Power Slap now and forget about. And how about this? In less than 2 years, you put in the investment and you put in another dollar, and everybody gets their money back and more. Power Slap's social media presence is immaculate as the promotion has outs the NHL, PGA, NASCAR, and despite the amazing metrics, Power Slap faces a jolt in the shape of doctors. So there have been doctors that obviously talk about the, yeah, neuroscience problems, the brain damages that comes along with it. That's obviously a fact. Okay, that's a reality of sports. My athletic commission has stressed that Power Slap should be banned due to the fact that it causes immense damage to the athletes, but Dana White is fixated on his stance in making it a mainstream sport. Okay, so yeah, there it is. That's where Dana White's mind is at right now, right? His mind right now is trying to build this particular brand of sport because, look, I think right now, here's something you got to understand about the UFC, right? It is currently in autopilot mode. Okay, in other words, Dana White, you ever notice there's a lot of events that Dana White doesn't go to? But back in the days, Dana White was in every single event, every single one of them. He was there every single fight night, every single uh main event. I'm sorry, every single fight night, every single pay-per-view main event, main headlines and things of that nature. Now, not so much. Is he going to be in UFC Macau? No. Is he going to be in UFC Tampa, the last card of the year with Colby and Buckley? Probably not. He hates Colby's guts. And Joaquin Buckley isn't too far out there, especially with his cringy call outs that he did against Conor McGregor. But at the same time, what are you going to do? You can't shoot a guy down for trying, right? But nonetheless, there was a point where Dana White went to every event. Now he doesn't need to because it's on autopilot. He can watch from Las Vegas the entire production. Like Dana White does not need to be in UFC Macau, and there's a reason why he hasn't. While he's in Vegas, he's waking up in the morning watching the entire card in a production setting. In other words, he has cameras in the backstage. He's got cameras in the locker rooms. He's got cameras in the parking lot. He's got cameras around the cage. He's got cameras everywhere. And he's working production from millions of miles away. So we're talking about from Las Vegas to UFC Macau. He doesn't need to be there. So in other words, the business right now is running on autopilot. It doesn't need any more promotion than it already has. Okay, now, of course, you're going to make extra promotions for the fights that are coming up. You're going to make extra production for certain events and things of that nature, or certain promotions for certain fighters. You're going to naturally do that. But overall, the UFC is on autopilot. So in other words, Dana White needs new challenges. Now, a lot of people said, well, what about boxing? Why don't you just take all of that energy and put it into boxing? Well, Dana White tried. Dana White tried, and he figured out that, hey, you know what? You need a little bit more money to make people talk around here. You see, the Saudis, they came into boxing and rearranged the game to the point where not only are we getting Usyk and Fury, but we're getting them twice. Okay, we're getting them twice. And just like Dubois and Anthony Joshua, a fight that realistically was not supposed to happen, we could get it twice. And it already happened. And while it happened, we got a very surprising result out of it. And that is what they're offering to the game right now. Okay? But what Dana White tried to offer to boxing was not enough. It wasn't enough money, and it wasn't enough incentive. Because let's be honest, boxers don't make money under the type of dictatorship that, let's say, Dana White would have under their thumb. Okay? There's no way they would make that kind of money, because the reason why the UFC is successful at the way that they are is because they spend most of the money that they make into their production. So in other words, all these things that you see in Embedded, all these things that you see in the interviews, all these productions that you see on the countdown that they're able to do every month for every pay-per-view and things of that nature, all of that is coming from the money that they made from the fighters, rather than boxing in and of itself just relying on the networks and their production to help make the promotion of the next event that they have going on, right? So that's just the kind of pay structure that they have. And Dana White can't go into boxing like that. But the Saudis can, because they have the money to move people around, move commissions around. Because you got to remember, boxing, unlike MMA, it is predicated on having a separate sanctioning body that has nothing to do with the promotion. Whereas with the UFC, they run everything. They run the promotion, they ran the sanctioning, and they run the rankings, and they run the matchmaking, and they can decide who is mandatory and who isn't. And by the way, this is sort of the controversy that is going on right now. The 135 division, the 205 division, and the heavyweight division. All these guys, Tom Aspinall, Marab against Omar, and then Ankalaev versus Pereira, all these guys that want to fight each other. So they're sort of cherry picking. But how did that come about? Well, because there's a superstar status that is present in the world of MMA where they can call their shots on who they want to fight. We just seen that last week with John Jones. That's sort of the reality of the sport. But nonetheless, Dana White could not do any of the magic that he did in MMA because everything was favored to him, favored to his direction. These guys wanted to come in there and fight. They were building a sport. Most of these boxers, they're going into a sport that has already been pre-made and pre-set up for them, including the matches that they're going to engage in for the rest of their career. Right? So what will the UFC look like if Dana White was to retire? I'm going to be honest with you, right? If Dana White is going to retire anytime soon, I wouldn't be surprised. Okay? It just would not surprise me. I'm going to show you why it wouldn't surprise me right here. Here's the article. I'm going to show you right here. So, Dana White mentioned that he wants to get out of politics, right? Because he felt that it's becoming a little divisive in MMA. Even though Trump is his boy, I like that he wants to be as fair as humanly possible. So Dana White is swearing off politics. The UFC CEO said that he's never working on a campaign again after he stumped for his longtime pal Donald Trump, helping the Republican clinch the November election. Dana White at 55 had some choice words on the topic when asked by the New Yorker at Saturday's UFC 309 match at Madison Square Garden, where the president-elect and top supporters gathered. He says, "I'm never effing doing this again." He told the magazine, "I want nothing to do with this ish. It's gross. It's disgusting. I want nothing to do with politics." But of course, endorsing your man, that's a little bit different. And I can kind of understand that. Just because you want to endorse your friend, it doesn't mean that you really want to endorse all the BS that comes with it. So White did appear at the Republican National Convention, spoke on behalf of Donald, delivering a glowing endorsement from the stage. He also helped the Republican nominee reach young male voters who watch UFC alongside male podcasters. But I think they're talking about Joe Rogan, but it's a nice way of the liberal media of NY Post to not talk about it. But it appears his stumping was only out of loyalty to his friend. 25 years as the UFC chief swore off politics during the fight at the famed Big Apple venue, where the future president assembled his cabinet picks and other polls. Now, Donald Trump is tougher and more badass than anybody, Dana White declared. You can only pray that you are a quarter of a man Donald ever was when a guy tried to take 7 shots at the head with a high-powered rifle with an effing scope. Very graphic details by Dana White, obviously referring to the Pennsylvania rally on July 13th. But others in Trump's entourage during his visit to UFC 309 included House Speaker Mike Johnson, Elon Musk, Donald Trump Jr., RFK, Tulsi Gabbard, and Vivek Ramaswamy. And then obviously Kid Rock's always there, and Joe Rogan. So, yeah, that's Dana White in a nutshell. So what else did Dana White address here? Let's take a look at some other news articles regarding what Dana White had addressed. So Dana White addresses retirement from $12 billion worth UFC he helped grow from scratch. Fresh out of high school, Dana White left a decent gig working at a hotel valet, making cash every day, a check at the end of the week, and great benefits, but he wasn't happy. So, you know what? This is interesting, right? Having a life like this, a lot of people would find this to be a very happy life. And quite frankly, I don't blame them. Think about this, right? Back in the 90s and back in the mid 2000s, when the economy was better, there were people out there that had jobs. They had opportunities. There were even people from the hood that had jobs and opportunities, right? They may not have had the best living conditions at home, but they had enough money to go out. They had enough money to go buy clothes to make them look fly for the weekend and this and that. And that's really all there is to it. So when you got a job like Dana White, you're going to be happy about that. I've known a lot of people that work valets in hotels, and made a pretty decent living for themselves on a weekly and a daily basis. But at some point, you got to grow and search for something bigger, especially if you have a mind like Dana White. So, as hasty as it sounds, he quit the job in hopes of getting into the fight business, owing money to the Irish mob. Whitey Bulger was a bad thing back in those days in Boston, and White owed him $2,500. He had until the weekend to pay them. Only White didn't used to have that kind of loose cash lying around back then. So he went and took a ticket to Vegas and then never looked back. And then for Tita Brothers, he changed his life. It's been 20 years. So you guys know the story, right? 2016, $4 billion. White signed a 7-year extension in 2019 to stay with Endeavor to run the UFC and was asked the same question, this time by a fan on Thursday, Sports Journal, on a virtual call where Dana White was asked, even though you have many years left, can the UFC still grow at the same rate without Dana White? And unlike last time, Dana gave an answer that can't get any more practical than this. So what did Dana White say? He said, we built a business that will go on with or without me. So this is what I said earlier. This is literally the thesis of what I said earlier. A business that can go on with or without him. Okay, the only thing that having me here is that it would just be different. It would be somebody else's vision. I run the UFC top to bottom, so yes, it will go on and live forever. It'll just be different. So this is what I mean, guys. The production and everything that deals with the UFC, Dana White is doing behind closed doors. Like I said, UFC Macau this weekend, Dana White was behind the whole entire operation, hands down. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. He was handling the operation for that whole entire thing, even when he wasn't there. Like, he had cameras going on in the commentary booth, all the way down to the seats, all the way down to the locker rooms and the parking lot. He had everything going on, okay? And with good reason, because he's the guy that's running the UFC. He's really the main producer. He's literally the Dr. Dre of the UFC if the UFC was Eminem or Kendrick Lamar. Okay, he is the Dr. Dre of the entire operation. Okay, to really put that in proper perspective for everyone. Okay, so going on with the article, we all know that Dana White and Fertitta Brothers took a big gamble when they bet on the success of the UFC with just $2 million. But how did White manage to succeed with the UFC while keeping his relationship with the Fertitta Brothers afloat all these years? Well, let's find out. First and foremost, to keep in check in successfully managing a business is not money, but ego. That's exactly what the UFC head honcho had to say during his conversation with Torch Pro back in 2022. He referred to an example of a famed band, Guns N' Roses. While the band never broke up, the members quit and were simply replaced. And reason? It was a hurdled in creative process, which is just another fancy words for ego. White pointed out that ego never came between him and the Fertitta Brothers, even though there was time when the MMA promotion faced downfall. He continued, you buy this thing for $2 million, then go $40 million in a hole. There's so many ways you could go sideways with your brothers. Like me and the Fertitta Brothers, we never allowed that to happen. Listen, you got to understand something, right? You want to talk about revisionist history, try to look at it like this, right? Dana White was given an opportunity to handle $1 million company and put it down the hole. Now, obviously, he was successful later on, but most bosses that are hiring you for a short term, man, they're not going to deal or put up with that. And I've worked in corporate sectors. I've worked for finance mortgage companies. I've worked in the car business. I've worked in all forms of sales and corporate endeavors. And I can tell you that there really is no mercy for people that don't perform straight away. And if you're talking about a $2 million investment that put you down on a $40 million hole, man, I got to be honest with you, man. That right there is a failure and is liable to termination in some employers' minds, but not Dana White. And I think there's a lesson to be learned from this. We're close now as we were back then, according to Dana White. The major key to success: keep your ego in check. Remember why you got in this, how it all started. The Fertittas put the money in early on. It needed all three of us to do what we did to build it to what it was today. Dana White is steadfast in his drive to grow the business now, and he has aimed his sights at bringing artificial intelligence into the UFC. What is this? This could be a revolutionary move in the sporting community, which will eliminate all discrepancies with regards to UFC's online ecosystem determination of athlete rankings. No wonder UFC keeps growing. What are your thoughts on Dana White's role in growing the promotion? Yeah, so this is what I was referring to, right? He's not retiring, but I'm giving you a scenario as to what type of world would we be expecting in the MMA world, or just the world in general, if Dana White was to retire. And he answered it right there. He said that it would look very different because he does sort of give meticulous orders and how he wants the production to be. Now, look, how the production looks, it's very plain Jane, but it's plain Jane that works. And it sort of falls into Dana White's personality. Let me explain a little something about Dana White and what I notice about him, right? A very fascinating type of figure, a Sigma male like type of character that Dana White is. Here's something that I noticed about Dana White that I think is worth mentioning, okay? So, Dana White, instead of driving a big old Bentley, uh, modern sports car of some sort, he drives a normal 2011 BMW. Now, why do I find this intriguing? I got to tell you, the reason why I find this intriguing is because it sort of fits into how he creates the production of the UFC. It's very similar to the trajectory and how he puts it. Very plain, very simple, but very straight to the point. Just like, for example, right now, you're looking at the thumbnail, the official thumbnail of my live stream. Now, when I started off doing YouTube, some of the advice that I got when it came to giving, let's say, a certain look to my thumbnail, they said, make it look simple. Make it look plain enough to where people can understand the full context of what it is that you're trying to convey. So, in other words, I put right here, retirement, no more UFC or politics. Why did I write that? Well, because I'm trying to ask the question, what happens if Dana White retires? And that right there is why I have the question mark in that kind of matter. Why is it that what will it look like if Dana White was to retire? Right? And the no politics part, well, he talks about how he just is done with this whole politics thing because it's really some of the most dirtiest thing that he's ever had to experience. Right? Campaigning and things of that nature. I mean, it's just a mess overall, right? But either way, we will be right back. I'm going to give you a little video to take a look at right now from my vault. We're going to talk about UFC 310 after I come back. So I want you guys to enjoy this video, like and subscribe. We will be right back. Just right before, just right before we talk about UFC 310. Okay, so stay tuned. You can be the biggest Conor McGregor fan in the world, but you cannot make excuses for this whatsoever. He has now been found guilty. Now, originally, I was going to do a particular story regarding Netflix being sued by a customer. Okay, because obviously the stream was so bad that there were a lot of complaints, and perhaps it may have made the experience for many people out there horrendous in trying to watch the Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson fight. But nonetheless, I think the bigger news right now is Conor McGregor and his guilty verdict, which, by the way, I got to remind you, is a civil trial, not a criminal trial. Still, nonetheless, the old saying goes, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Look at this picture right here. This is the latest picture that was taken from Conor McGregor after he was found guilty, which, by the way, he now has to pay this woman a certain amount of money. Whatever amount that is, we don't know. That is up to the court, and that is for the deciding factor of the parties involved. Nonetheless, let's take a look at the news clip of Conor McGregor right now. Okay, let's take a look at the news that is going on right now with Conor McGregor. So obviously, he has been found guilty. Woman who accused Conor McGregor wins civil case, has been found that the mixed martial artist Conor McGregor assaulted the woman involved. The Guardian: McGregor assaulted woman at a Dublin hotel, jury finds. Conor McGregor's fiance supports him in the court after the Eshuel assault civil trial. I mean, wow. Okay, these are serious. The news clips that are coming out with Conor McGregor right now. This is not looking good for Conor McGregor whatsoever. Obviously, the Michael Chandler fight was supposed to happen. That never happened. And for whatever reason, we were thinking maybe it's an injury. Conor McGregor cited that he had a foot injury. Now that all of this has come about, we don't know if this is true or not. You also got to remember, right? The whole entire game here is public relations. And as a result of public relations, you got to wonder to yourself, right? Was Conor McGregor and his team behind the scenes sort of swiped all of this under the rug? I'm talking about the injury. I'm talking about the talk of all of these things going on, because the gruesome details that were presented to us back in 2019, 2020, and in leading on to this civil trial right now in 2024, we were hearing snippets of it, right? Like if you knew anybody in Ireland and they've heard some local news or something to the effect of, well, an Irish superstar was involved in such and such, you got to think to yourself, right? All of that was swept under the rug after a couple of months within that time frame. And then all of a sudden, the only thing that brought this whole attention once again was the trial. Undeniably, it had to have been taken a certain attention towards. And that is what we have going on with Conor McGregor right now. So what we're going to do in a current moment of time, let us take a look at some of the news articles that are going on about Conor McGregor. Let's take a look at Yahoo Sports, right? Since Ariel Helwani is now part of this entire team. Conor McGregor loses Dublin SA civil case, found liable of assaulting Nikita Hand. So Conor McGregor has lost his civil case in Dublin. The High Court has awarded damages of 248,000 pounds. Okay, so that's against McGregor on Friday after ruling that she was SA'd by the former UFC champion in a Dublin hotel in December 2018. Okay, so that is what we have going on with this case right now. Okay, furthermore, let's read on to this right here. So she's 35, raped by McGregor and another man named James Lawrence in a penthouse. Okay, so these are the details. Damages of 188,000, and with an additional 60,000 pounds also added, making it a total of 248,000. Okay, so McGregor was accompanied by the court by fiance D. Okay, so this is where it gets interesting, right? What is she thinking about all of this, right? Because here's one thing you got to understand. I think what Conor McGregor has going on is sort of in agreement with his partner as to say, hey, you know what? This is what's going to happen. This is what's going on. Or maybe, well, look, there's a lot of speculations we can make about this, right? There's the aspect of fear. There is the aspect of uh, fear of loss in, let's say, financial stability. There are all these things that are sort of in the play. And then also, you got to understand, Connor is not necessarily tied with D in any kind of way. And I think there has to be some sort of ploy and strategy behind that regarding the fact that, hey, you know what? If all else fails or if all this fails, I don't want none of my assets to go elsewhere. And I think that's really what is going on here because when you look at this picture, right? I got to be honest with you, this is not one of Conor McGregor's best moments. And if you're a Conor McGregor hater, my goodness, you're going to look at this and say to yourself, man, you're going to be rejoicing of everything that you've seen unfold right now. The downfall of Conor McGregor, the fact that he's not able to get his fight, the fact that all of this is sort of unraveling before our very eyes as to wonder if even the foot injury was even real in the first place, or maybe it was a public relations ploy in order to get us distracted from the reality of what is going on in Ireland. Because you got to remember, sometimes the news in Ireland doesn't travel that fast over here in the United States. Let me tell you about some content that I've been really listening to regarding these particular topics at hand with Conor McGregor and Irish crime and the Irish mob, etc., and all that, right? The podcast called Crime World, which I believe is an Irish podcast, and they cover all of these Irish mobsters and gangsters that I never heard of in my entire life. But with that in mind, I started thinking to myself, you know what, man? This is something that's not being broadcasted in America. And obviously, it's not within close proximity of anybody's care. If, let's say, you're from Chicago, or if you're from New York, or if you're from Los Angeles, or if you're from Sacramento, it's not a concern of yours, but it is interesting. However, Conor McGregor is not just an Irish superstar. He is an international superstar. And whatever happens with him and whatever he does is going to be very intriguing for a lot of people. But yet, this particular news did not get much coverage because I think there's a lot of restriction in Irish media court. And I think that people only wanted to cover it right until the end when everything was all said and done. And this is what we got right now. Conor McGregor in his most worst times ever. And particularly the possibility of his twilighted career. Okay, like Conor McGregor is nearly in the end right now. Look, you got to think, what did Dana White say when he said, hey, you know what? Conor McGregor is not going to come back until late next year. Late next year, what are we talking about? So you're talking about 2025 of December, literally going into 2026 of January. That's what we're talking about. And how old will Conor be then? 37. Can you imagine all the time that has been wasted from then on, right? But you got to remember, at one point, Conor McGregor was a different man. He wasn't this man. And we're going to analyze real quick before we get back into that article how he got to this position today. Now, you got to remember, recency bias is very prevalent in mixed martial arts, if not all of professional sports and combat sports in general. So now Conor McGregor's coming off of a loss. Okay, that is the current moment of time that we understand him to be. The guy that was halted off a stretcher after Dustin Poirier basically busted his leg, yet in defiance, Conor McGregor went on to still talk smack to Dustin Poirier. And you guys who've seen the last fight know exactly what I'm talking about and some of the language and some of the things that Conor McGregor has said. Either way, during that time, that's not really the first time that Conor McGregor has taken a loss in his illustrious career. Now, going back to the Diaz fight, right? The rematches that they've had going on. The first fight where he had lost to Diaz at, believe it was UFC 196. So what does he do? He goes and rematches him in UFC 202. What are we watching right here? This is the open workout of Conor McGregor getting ready for Nate Diaz. Now, why am I playing this? I'm showing you this because I'm telling you that at one point, Conor McGregor was a very headstrong fighter in terms of, you know what, I've taken a loss. I'm going to own up to it. I'm going to get this rematch, use my privilege that the UFC has given me, and somehow go in there and avenge my loss against Nate Diaz. And so he did exactly that. As soon as he was able to avenge his loss, he then started to build some confidence. And that confidence built into being a double champ, because obviously after the Nate Diaz UFC 202 fight, he won. Sorry about that. Had a little mic issue there. So I was, after UFC 202, he went on to UFC 205 and defeated Eddie Alvarez, which again put Conor McGregor in a completely different stratosphere. So what happened after that fight? Well, I got to tell you, what happened after that fight was that he went on to fight Floyd Money Mayweather. And I got to be honest with you, that particular fight is exactly what led him to this particular situation today. And you're probably asking, how is it that Conor McGregor got led into this situation? For one, the Floyd money, I think, really ruined him because it was just fast money all coming at once to something that is really unusual for a mixed martial artist. Because you got to remember, there's a certain economy that a mixed martial artist live by in different eras. Conor McGregor right now is in almost billionaire mode, right? So as a result of being almost a billionaire or even a billionaire in the current moment of time, it's a different set of living standards that a mixed martial artist has now been living under, because you got to remember, back in the days, dudes were just happy living in gyms, getting fights whenever they needed to, fighting for the glory, and maybe even just having a side job just to survive, right? Dudes were happy with that. But now Conor McGregor has raised a certain level of flamboyance and extravagance in mixed martial arts that, quite frankly, could be very highly unattainable to a lot of the people that are in the underclass of this particular sport. Not to get off tangent, I knew this one member of Team Alpha Male, right? I believe his name was Angelo Benuelos, I think, is or Barrios. Angelo, no. Yeah. I think I forgot his last name, but I've trained with him and then I've worked with him at some place. I don't want to mention where. But anyways, this kid got into a shootout with the police and died, right? I mean, this is a kid who was living a life of crime while also fighting at the same time. And then when he was in a police chase, he just basically had to unalive himself with a shotgun, right? And that was the end of him. He had to be cremated after. But yeah, I remember one of his favorite fighters was obviously Conor McGregor. He loved the idea that Conor was this extravagant, flamboyant, very materialistic type of fighter. And so he sort of follows suit. And I think, in my humble opinion, it may have influenced him to get into a life of crime in order to live up to those extravagance. But anyways, that's, the impact that Conor McGregor has in the game today. But understand, he wasn't always this person, right? All of this led up to all of that from the Floyd fight. And then after that, the Khabib fight. I'll be honest with you about this, right? I think that when you mess with a Muslim who's very righteous, I think eventually you're going to suffer a certain level of curse behind that. But that's just my humble opinion about that matter. But yeah, moving on. Let's move on to the article, okay? Because we're going to take a look at the award that Miss Hand had received here. So 248,000 pounds. Okay, let's try and equivalent that to the US dollar. What would that be? USA dollar. So this is what she was awarded, essentially, right here. This is, yeah, the award that she got for that particular case. And yeah. So moving on. Moving on to the article here. All right. So McGregor was accompanied by D for the first time during a court trial in the 2-week proceeding. So this was her first time in the court, right? And again, I don't know if that was a strategy to try and make it seem like he's innocent, although you can't take that out of the equation. That is a strategy that lawyers are going to try to use. So several of Conor McGregor's family members were also present at the high court. Reports from the court state that the jury took 6 hours and 10 minutes to come to a decision. Okay. So leaving the court 5 p.m. local time, McGregor declined to make a comment as he was sworn by awaiting media. The case was a civil case, not a criminal case, meaning that the assault is deemed a civil wrong and, okay, so entitled to compensation. However, McGregor will not face criminal sanctions. So that's important to understand here, okay? These are not criminal sanctions by any degree, right? So outside the high court, Hand gave a statement to the media thanking her legal team, the Rape Crisis Center, and her family and her friends. So she also says here, what does she say right here? This is what she reads out. To all the victims of SA, I hope my story is a reminder that no matter how afraid you might be, speak up and have a voice and keep on fighting for justice. I know this has not impacted my life, my daughter's life, my family, and my friends tremendously. It is something that I will never forget for the rest of my life. Yeah, because you've made a lot of wrong decisions and this and that. But anyways, now that the justice has been served, I now can try and move on and look forward to the future with my friends and family. I thought he was going to unalive me. Hand testified that she and her friend were picked up by McGregor late December 9th following a Christmas party with the understanding that they were heading to another party after Lawrence joined a group. Hand alleged that Conor shared a bag of cocaine with her and her friend back in the car, then traveled alongside McGregor's security team and others to a penthouse suite at the Beacon Hotel. Now, Hand told the court that McGregor isolated her in a bedroom and, okay, blah, blah, blah. I was trying to talk to him. Tell me, relax, pin me down. Okay, Hand's lawyer. McGregor, okay, an arm lock. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Dr. Kane, who worked in the Dublin Rotunda's hospital for the trauma unit on December 9th, told the court that he met Hand a day after he had arrived to the hospital via ambulance after her mother called emergency services. Kane testified that he witnessed Hand shaking and crying. Bruising was present in multiple locations across hand and body. He had me by the neck. He stopped me from breathing a few times. I thought he was going to unalive me, Kane said. So Kane said he examined Hand. And okay, so this is basically what won the case right here was this. This is literally what won the case right here was that notion. And again, by the end of the day, Conor McGregor was found guilty in a civil court, not in a criminal court. But does that dismiss anything that we know of Conor McGregor by any capacity? The answer is no. It doesn't dismiss anything like that. But here's one thing that we can take from this, right? In my humble opinion, I think he dodged this one. Okay. And why did I say that he dodged this one? Well, understand that Conor McGregor did not face a criminal justice here. Okay. He faced civil justice, which he just has to pay out of his pocket. And this is what he does anyway. Whenever something happens, they pay it under the table or they just pay it for the, you know what? I saw Tristan Tate and Andrew Tate say something to the effect where uh, paying your speeding ticket is just for the poor or something like that. Basically, he's like, well, what does that mean? Like you're just punishing me because you're really punishing poor people. So in other words, it's just nothing but just money exchanges for these people, right? Something bad happens, you dodge it, you go and pay for it, and that's the end of it. But either way, I think Conor McGregor dodged this one, but you never know what's going to happen in the future. But you also got to take into consideration, what does this mean for his fighting career? Again, like I said, that fire that he had during the Diaz fight, the rematch, I think the best camp that Conor McGregor has ever done. Because you got to take into consideration, he was the hottest star of the UFC at the time, and then he's coming off of his first loss. So now he's got a lot to prove. And with that, trying to prove something, he trained a lot harder. He was a lot more focused, and he didn't have these distractions that he has going on right now. And I think ultimately, that is the biggest problem that he has going on right now, are these distractions, okay? Because it was only when he was 34 that he came back and fought Dustin Poirier. Now he's on the verge of being 35, 36, now 37, returning into the octagon. And how is that going to look? In all honesty, I don't think it's really going to look that good. It's not going to look great for him, even if he was to mount a comeback. Now, is Conor McGregor capable of sustaining a training camp, getting a few strings of good workouts and good sessions and things of that nature? He absolutely is. He's absolutely capable of that. The problem with that is, how is he going to perform in the ring? Because all of these mental damages, all of these constant cocaine binges, and all of these constant bad habits that he's formed outside of the cage, I think is going to leave him as a shell of his old self. And he's never going to return to that old glory that he once did. It's just not looking good. And let me tell you, inactivity is the biggest enemy for a seasoned championship fighter. And you want to know what's crazy about that? The fact that it is an enemy for seasoned fighters. It was also his friend when he was an active fighter. In other words, he was only winning because he was active. Think about it. He goes from Nate Diaz, March, Nate Diaz, summertime, Eddie Alvarez in November. Now he's primed and ready to go from that point on. Right? So this is a different animal that we're dealing with Conor McGregor right now. This is a shell of his old self. And quite frankly, that is what we have to really accept with this whole entire reality of Conor McGregor right now. So, again, remember this. This is not the worst thing in the world, but it's not the best, nor is it the most ideal situation either. So, that is all that I have for this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And by the way, continue on watching, because we're going on to a next story right now. Netflix sued over Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson fight streaming issues. So I'm going to make this a double story right now. We go from the Conor McGregor story. Now we go to the Netflix sued over Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson streaming fight issues. So the briefing of this, okay? Netflix has been sued over its streaming issues during the Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight. Class action lawsuit says Netflix failed to deliver services during the fight. A Florida man has filed class action lawsuit against Netflix after he had trouble streaming the fight. Okay, so Ronald Blue Denton filed a breach of contract lawsuit in Hillsborough County Monday. 60 million Americans were hyped to see Iron Mike versus Jake Paul. What they saw was the baddest stream on the planet, reads the lawsuit. Wow. So the baddest man on the planet you wanted to see, instead, you got the baddest stream on the planet. Den claims that Netflix viewers missed a large portion of the fight or the entire thing due to streaming issues. Yeah, I've heard reports on that. That is definitely true. Netflix customers experience massive streaming issues and should have known better because it happened before. They were woefully ill prepared, reads the lawsuit. The suit is seeking more than 50 million, says Netflix failed to deliver on the service. Wow. So Netflix says at its peak time, more than 65 million were tuned in at the same time. Netflix sporting events. The fight is just one of the several live sporting events coming to Netflix. NFL, Christmas. It will debut Kansas City Chiefs versus the Steelers and Baltimore Ravens versus the Houston Texas. Monday Night Raw will debut on January 6th. Oh, what an interesting date. So that is what we have for Jake Paul and Mike Tyson in the current moment of time right now. There is a lawsuit pending on that particular matter. How is that going to come about? What are they going to do? Are they going to win? You know what? It took one man to get in there and say, you know what? I want to file a lawsuit on this particular matter. I was not happy with the service. And as a result, we're going to see if he wins. And if he does, how many people will follow suit? So obviously with that fight, as you guys remember, millions of people sort of canceled their subscription. But you got to understand this from that perspective, right? I understand the protest behind this particular matter. I understand what you have to do when you have principles on a certain matter and this particular company is not delivering on the product that they said they were going to deliver on. I've seen this in airlines where people take moral stance and say, hey, you know what? I'm not going to take this airline anymore. I remember there was this one airline, I'm not going to mention their names, but it was an Asian doctor that was dragged out. And as a result, there were people that protested and said, well, I'm never going to fly with that airline anymore. And I thought this was a little bit virtue signaling like, because it's like, okay, do you really think that you're going to affect that airline where as many people are going to find maybe the convenience or the service or maybe the price or maybe the quality or the quantity that they may have to offer? All of these things that factor in, right? Your whole moral high ground is never going to affect a major company, not Netflix, not a major airline company whatsoever, but people are going to do what they're going to do, and that's that. You remember when people said they were going to cancel Gucci or this and that? People still went out and bought Gucci. That's just the reality of this situation. But nonetheless, for those that got to see the fight in its entirety with no problems, it was an awesome fight, and I urge you guys to take a look at my video on this particular matter where I titled it, Jake Paul Showed Mercy. And I think that was the overall thesis of the fight. And it was a great night of fights. Obviously, the John Jones fight followed up as well. I think that particular fight is going to create a lot of different controversies and different possible matchups that we're going to look at in the future. We all thought Stipe was going to have a chance. It was just a fantasy. That was a reality of the situation. And John Jones basically finished a heavyweight. Maybe not a top-level heavyweight, but a heavyweight that has a name and resume behind him. And now all options are open. There is the aspect of John Jones ducking. We'll see if that's what it is or if this is just a negotiation ploy. But either way, I hope you guys enjoyed this content. We got to talk about Netflix and the situation they got going on. We got to talk about the breaking news of Conor McGregor being found guilty of this civil case, which I stress highly enough that this is nothing more than a civil case, not a criminal case. However, is it really indicative of many accusations that we've
And hide. So you hide. Everybody.
snitching and by Hater World, Blue Devil, which is the guy that we are focusing this particular story in right now. The two worst things you can be called in the streets is a snitch or a coward, and this particular story is delving into both. WAC 100 was accused of being a snitch by Hater World, Blue Devil, which is the guy that we are focusing this particular story in right now. He's a Mexican Sureño gang member, and obviously, yeah, he was accusing WAC 100 of being a snitch in his previous videos. He invited WAC to his set and to talk about black and brown relations. And as a result, all of a sudden, it went sideways because it was only after the fact WAC 100 found out that this guy was accusing him of being a snitch in some previous videos. Now, is there some truth to that? The answer is yes. I've seen previous videos in the Hater World podcast where he talks about WAC 100 and Blueface snitching on a bunch of Sureños or essays for robbing a chain. And I think the reality of that whole situation was that WAC 100 and Blueface had to report an item that was stolen that had insurance on it. So in reality, is that really snitching? I mean, I let you, whoever the experts are out there that will probably know better than me, to tell it. You explain it. You tell me if you think that that is snitching in any kind of way. If you call your insurance after you get into an accident, is that snitching in any kind of way? And the answer, well, I'm not going to answer for you. That's for your own common sense to answer one way or another. But either way, I got to tell you, this story right here is really fascinating. Out of nowhere, I saw these two guys were going to be in the same podcast, by the way, with WAC 100 as a guest of Haters World. And Haters World has been a very successful podcast, especially on the Hispanic Mexican Sureño Southsider side of things. And by the way, this whole entire story doesn't just deal with a Southsider, it even deals with WAC 100 getting into it with a former Norteño who was considered a dropout in some people's interpretation, or even not his interpretation, but that's really what he's classified as in a sense of being really, yeah, a former gang member that is no longer there. And another thing to understand about that is there's this different how do I say this, politics within different sets. In other words, there are some people out there that have a really strict program. In fact, so strict that it may lead people to be put in very dangerous situations, situations where they would have to crash out a whole lot sooner with no particular game plan or any regard to, let's say, not leaving any evidence behind or anything like that to that sort, right? So there's different reasons why people drop out. And I got to tell you, either way, it's not a good look. It's not a good look to the point where it can be used against you when two people are trying to diss each other, when there is an argument about a certain particular subject, and now your whole entire resume in the streets has to be put into question. So, what do we have with this particular story right here with Whack 100 and Blue Devil, or known as Haters World, right? Well, again, it's a lot of gang politics that's going on here. Obviously, with a little bit of a racial element, even though both sides, I'm going to be honest with you, are not really trying to make this into a racial thing. However, I must say there is a racial element in gang culture to which it's inevitable and something you just cannot, for whatever reason, let go of, right? That's just what it is. It's just embedded in that particular culture. But if we know anything about gang conflict, we usually know just the conventional Hollywood image that we know it to be, which is what? Just the Bloods and the Crips. Obviously, Tupac, as you see right here, is a great representation of that. Obviously, there have been more Bloods out there that have probably put in work or have created more of a legendary status in the streets than Tupac ever has. Even though Tupac, to his own right, obviously has his own status going on, right? But nonetheless, he's the iconic image of that particular section. Eazy-E, not so much. Obviously, Snoop is probably the most famous guy on the blue side. But either way, when you think of Menace to Society and when you think of Boys in the Hood, it just really reflects upon black on black violence, right? For uh, a better term of it, the Bloods and the Crips within that particular city in LA. So that's what you usually know conventional gang banging to be, at least in a Hollywood sense. What they don't tell you is obviously, yes, the Bloods and the Crips have had a history that goes back, that stems from the 1960s and 70s. Some will even argue and say that it has roots to the Black Panthers or anything like that. But I don't know if I would agree with that particular notion. If anybody has any expertise on that particular subject, and if you know better than me, I'm not going to claim to know any any better than the next person, but I would highly doubt there is a Black Panther element to that in any kind of degree, because it's just two different ideological settings. But nonetheless, that is a cultural attachment that is in the perception of many other people. But on any regard, what a lot of people don't know about other types of gang activities out there, especially in California, let's take Stockton, for example, right? There's a lot of Asian and Mexican on crime violence and vice versa, Mexican on Asian violence. Particularly, there's the Asian boys, and then there's the Norteños, and then there's the Sureños. So there's a whole lot of intersection and intermingling of fighting. And then there's obviously famous rappers in Stockton that have came out of 8th Street, that have came out of the other side of that particular conflict. Obviously, J-Bo and EBK. That is the side of gang conflict that a lot of people don't know about, right? So there's a lot of that present going on. Obviously, here's from October 20th, Operation Kryptonite, where they had all these Asian boy Crips in Stockton and 8th Street. By the way, a street that I'm very familiar with. I know a lot of people that live in that area. I've known a lot of people that lived in the Stockton area. First came out here in '06. Growing up in Jersey, I've known nothing but Stockton people in California. And yeah, man, let's just say that this right here is what happened. October 20th, the feds came down and knocked on these people's door. And yeah, you look up all the paperwork on this. It's out there. It's available. I'm not uh, presenting to you guys anything that is a secret or anything like that. This is all public information, all within October 20th. But I'm just giving you guys sort of a little breakdown and understanding of what type of gang conflict there is in California, not just the conventional Hollywood black on black, Crip versus blood type of scenario you have going on. Obviously, this has a lot of blood and Crip lineage behind it, but nonetheless, it's still a matter of differences of politics that range from California, right? So before I move on to the WAC 100 and the Blue Devil and the Haters World beef, this right here, there's two famous rappers that are part of this particular operation that had gone down right here. Obviously, there's MBNL from Stockton. He's another rapper that's featured on here. And then there's Bands, who's also featured on here, 21 years old, also by the name of Renaco Flores, 21 years old, and MB Nell, he's known as Jonel Doggone, 23 years old at the time when this happened, which was October 20th. So, yeah, MB Nell, I'm very familiar with a cousin of his from that part of the world in Stockton and 8th Street. So, yeah, this is basically the Asian boys, and obviously they have two well-known rappers in their section. And you know what? Here's something I could tell you about both of these guys. Okay, when it comes to Bands and MB Nell, they literally live exactly what they say in their raps. Okay, and that is a for sure thing that you can understand about these guys. They definitely live out their raps. Like, there is no doubt about it. They are all about everything that they say they do, and they got the street cred to back it up.
The same when I'm out or when I'm locked up. No capping in my rapping. If I'm lying, let me die now. Bottom out and hammer my brody ate up his business. Bitch, I live up on the A. I'm not up in the hood. How you saying that you slip on we sleep, you niggas?
So, like I said, there are just some people out there that really live what they say, and what they say in their raps. There's actual rap sheets to back it up and everything in between, right? So, yeah, there's just some people out there that stand on business. Now, when it goes back to this WAC 100 versus Blue Devil situation, what do we got here? We got a guy that, quite honestly, did not stand on business. Okay, if you're going to be a South Sider, if you're going to be a Norteño, if you're going to be a Blood, a Crip, if you're going to be an Irish mobster like Conor McGregor. By the way, a story that we're going to get to later on, if you guys just stay tuned. And but yeah, if you're going to be any of these guys, you have to stand on business. If you want to be that guy on the rap music video that is standing on the cars, that's throwing all the money around and this and that, you got to stand on business. And unfortunately, in this particular situation that we are dealing with, Blue Devil, he's really looking bad here because WAC 100 literally punked him. Okay, let's get to a little reaction to this. Okay, I want to show you guys exactly what I'm talking about, right? To kind of put it in context. Now, look, is WAC 100 a snitch? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know enough to really say that one way or the other. There are a lot of people that are saying that. There have been videos made about him from World Star, but for one reason or another, it got taken down because obviously WAC 100 sued them for defamation. So once again, we really don't know the truth. So if you don't know the truth, look, give the benefit of the doubt or just say nothing at all. Okay? So let's get to my man Dubs. Okay, one of the most trusted guys that I know in the gang and prison channel. I'm going to play this video right here and we're going to react to it.
What's cracking, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. New video. Wow. You know, I did a video earlier and I spoke about this individual. I gave my advice that he should take the video down. And guess what happened?
Okay, so that's crazy that he's telling him to take the video down. Did he listen? I don't know, but let's take a look at this right here. This was the day after Whack 100 had that wholesome conversation with Blue Devil.
He went on Whack 100's show. And I want you to see exactly with your own eyes. I want you to hear with your own ears what happens here. And I want to preface this. This individual right here, Blue Devil, has spoken about raza in foul-ass fucking ways.
Now, look, that can be interpreted one way. It can be seen as foul. It can be seen as treacherous, or it can be seen as constructive criticism. At least that is the way that Blue Devil sort of views it. He views it as, well, this is just constructive criticism, and he doesn't really mean anything anymore other than that. But let's continue.
See, because the raza have a different program, and he knows how to maneuver within that program.
So what he means by the program is, for those of you that know, you know. If you don't, then it's not for you to know, but yeah.
Program. But see, he's dealing with Whack 100. He's dealing with a black man. He's dealing with a Pyru who functions under a different program. Blue Devil, you don't get to.
So in other words, what he's trying to say is, just because, yes, he's older than you, or I don't know if because he's from a different program. Yeah, he's from a different program. So in other words, you can't allow him to talk to you in any kind of way. There has to be some kind of repercussions behind that.
Hide, homeboy. Let's check this out, man.
Both ways. Yeah,
you go, right
clouding. It's one of those disrespectful things. And I didn't understand. Like, I just went to address that we not racist. We ain't on that.
So, like I said, the day before, he went on Blue Devil's podcast to address that, hey, you know what? I'm not racist. I grew up in Pacoima. I grew up with a lot of Mexicans. I grew up eating Mexican food. I grew up embracing Mexican culture. I have no hate for Mexicans, even though I will honestly say Whack 100's crew in his particular section, some of them may have had conflicts with Mexicans, but it doesn't mean that they hate Mexicans overall. It just so happens that whoever they may have been in conflict with just happen to be Mexicans.
And let me explain. He's going to explain it, but just so we understand. Blue Devil has done videos saying that Whack is a cop, Whack is a right. You know, Blue Devil likes to throw stuff around. He doesn't do his homework. He hears something. You know, something could have a grain of truth, may not. And I'm not saying that with him, with Whack. I'm just saying this bottle will regurgitate shit. And
Oops. I said anything that is ambiguous or anything that is somewhat remotely juicy or clickbait worthy, he's going to jump on it. And you know what? As content creators, this is literally what you do. You look for the top stories that are going to chase the most clout in terms of grabbing the most attention because of the drama behind it. Right? That's what we do. And quite frankly, if you follow that route, you're going to get views. That's just the way to it. But sometimes there are consequences if you come half-stepping with your reporting and what you have to do when it comes to giving the right information in the most accurate ways without any disputes. And unfortunately, a lot of the disputes with Whack 100's accusation are a little bit fuzzy. They're not clear, and quite honestly, there's a lot of biasness behind them. But let's continue on.
Whack didn't know that he had been called a cop and a rat by a Blue Devil. And that's what he's about to address right now.
But then I woke up this morning and there's comments going crazy. I'm like, yo, why are they people tripping?
Listen, if you've been in a car accident, don't call an attorney. Use this AI app instead. That's what I did, and that's how I got this.
Right? I didn't know why they people was tripping, but now I see
what's good.
Blue
What's
Devil.
up with
I
the Blue
see
Devil?
why they tripping, Blue Devil.
Well, that's how it is. That's how our people are just like that, dog. They never happy.
Nah, Blue Devil. You said a lot of crazy stuff that I never knew you was saying. You calling niggas rats and police and
about
so
what?
Hold on.
About
Blue
you?
Devil. You call
bro, you were supposed to, bro.
So right
if
here,
you
this
saying
he
that
starts
type of,
addressing.
those type of things, right? Yeah.
Okay, right here. This is where Wack is literally addressing where he starts hearing all of these different things that he had never heard before. Right? And this was after the fact. I think it was a lot of people in the comment section or just a whole bunch of people giving him clips of what Blue Devil has said in the past. And I told you, Blue Devil has mentioned Blueface, the artist of Whack 100, where they got robbed by allegedly a few Mexicans. And as a result, they had to call the insurance company to report that. And somehow this is constituted as snitching. And this is what I mean by a lot of these evidences are not really clear. But let's continue on.
I didn't even know.
I'm really I'm blown away. I'm really blown away by this. And
he's saying that he's blown away because Blue Devil is getting punked right here, according to what a lot of people are really seeing in Blue Devil right now.
The way this all plays out is mind-boggling. Check this out.
I didn't know the name of the podcast, right? I don't be keeping up with people. So I thought we was going there because niggas was saying we racist, right? So we can go address that. But
yeah, so this is what I mean. Again, he went into that podcast with a guest, by the way, accompanied by Loose Cannon, maybe with more people behind the scenes. But when he went into the Blue Devil Haters World studio, man, you're going in there in a territory full of Sureños that are 30 deep, secured. Let me just say that. All secured, locked down to the max. And yeah, right? You're going into his territory. But he came there for peace. He came there for business. And both parties understood that. And it was exactly that. It was a very respectful conversation. Not only that, very informative. A lot of the information and the history that Wack had mentioned and just the advice that he would be given all the Rasa in terms of what they could do in the podcasting and rapping and entertainment world and the limitations that they have. I mean, it was very educational. And then it came to this the next day.
If your fans have been watching you, your subscribers been watching you, call niggas rats and police and detectives and all this, and we get there in front of you, and not one time you address that, I see why they looking crazy.
I told you we've been running content for like 2 years. You said 2 months. We said 2 years.
But watch this. If I say I'm running
2
content,
years.
right? If I say I'm running content, right? And then you come up there and talk to me, right? And you ain't been keeping up with me. You're like, I don't keep up with what that dude is. Channel, I don't know his channel. Then the next day, you get Wack said Blue Devil's gay.
It's crazy, Holmes. It's fucking nuts that this dude put himself in this position. And when you go to his channel, he has 7.
And what he means by that is it is as if he forgot that he had made videos about this guy prior to inviting him in. That's why when I first saw this, I said to myself, man, he's inviting a guy that he had previously talked smack about. How is this going to work? But here we are.
17,000. As I'm recording right now, he has 17,000 views. For what is about to happen to him here and what is the damage it's going to do to his channel, his brand, There's no coming back from this. For 17,000 views.
Why don't you own an apartment building? I'm serious right now. Let me show you a path that could change your life.
Pay attention.
Wax said Blue Devil's a snitch. Wax said this, and not one time did I ever say any of these things or address you on why I thought you was gay or why I thought you was a snitch. And everybody is dapping up and it's all love.
We did. It was all the shit that we talked about was you doing work with 6ix9ine, you working with.
And watch this. He's also going to address and ask him, what about 6ix9ine working with the cartel? Right now, how does a cartel justify working with a snitch? And then they talk about, well, they sort of had different politics down there, or do they? Or don't they?
Rats and PCs, and we brought that up yesterday.
No. 6ix9ine we addressed.
Yeah.
Right? Because I addressed y'all that y'all scared to say something to them essays across that border because they just gave 6ix9ine.
That ain't our politics. We told you that yesterday.
Politics, bro. They called dogs on y'all. But see,
so now
they told me you really ain't.
This right here is literally a separate argument, right? This right here is more of a smokescreen. Now, Wack is asking him, well, why didn't you address the snitching thing? Well, we did. No, him asking about 6ix9ine being a snitch and working with the cartel is a completely different story and a different ball game than Wack 100 actually being a snitch himself, as what Blue Devil has accused him of.
Ain't from a barrio, so I get it.
Man, listen, that ain't true, homie.
So what barrio you from?
I'm from Looney Stress, homie, Southeast LA.
Oh.
Now, you know what's really crazy about this? For a long time that I've been a listener of Blue Devil and Haters World, I've never really known who he was, nor what hood he came from. There have been whispers going on in the internet. You could look it up, and then there have been answers on that, but he would never out front say it. But it's crazy that he would be forced to say it in front of Wack 100 as sort of a way to really let the, I wouldn't say oppositional gang member, but somebody that's obviously not in his program. The first time that he's actually revealing it on camera or confirming it on camera is somebody that's literally banging on him online. But let's continue on and see this.
We can talk about that off camera.
Yeah, Dubs is right about that. There are certain conversations that would probably be best left off of camera, and that's not something that they should have talked about on camera.
Wack, man. Wack is running this dude.
And he is right, though. Wack is really, realistically taking control of this whole conversation.
And it's going to get worse. I'm probably going to skip through some of this political stuff he's trying to engage in. I'll probably skip through some of that. We'll get to the good stuff.
Okay, so if you from Loonies, right? You telling me them double letters don't know. You telling me that they ain't called
record label.
Hey, right in over there.
With us.
Dubs is trying to skip over them talking about the Mexican cartel or the Mexican mafia.
We told you that yesterday.
Yes, you do, because they cartel.
Cartel.
Now, hold on, bro. 6ix9ine face is on the side of a big-ass building. And
I heard you. We heard you yesterday.
Okay.
We heard you yesterday.
That's only going to happen under one circumstance.
Let me skip all that. That's irrelevant stuff right there.
Yeah, that dude did what he did. People in Mexico called a dope.
And talk about it, but politics in Mexico, way different politics.
But but I asked you yesterday.
Again, the answers, the entertaining, it's like, hey, Holmes, look, I can't talk politics on camera, Holmes. Like anything like that, we can talk off camera, but what's really
Yeah, I see what Dubs is talking about, but it is rather strange that all of this is being brought up again. Maybe the reason why a lot of this is being brought up is this sort of smoke screen each other's flaws here. Obviously, Whack is very sensitive about being called that because these are accusations that have been thrown at him, whether they are right or wrong. Again, so far there hasn't been really any strong evidence, just a whole bunch of people that are sort of biased against him. And I don't know if you can really take their word for it. But the question here is, what is Blue Devil going to do looking really bad getting punked like this? On the other hand, you also got to understand this is online. There's really not much you can do online. But if somebody is calling you out and telling you to pull up, I mean, you really got to tell them, I'll pull up, or give some kind of intent that you're willing to get down or meet for a one-on-one or something. And that's sort of what they're looking at Hater World for, to do something. Are you really that guy or you're not?
On your mind. That's what he should have said. What's really on your mind? Like, what are you getting at? And then take it to that point. Entertaining what?
Do I got threats say at the end of Power Room?
Of course not. Why would
Sherry Rice and Sauce Gardner. Sauce and Rice. Kind of funny that two guys with food names ended up in the NFL.
Probably just a coincidence.
Oh, like we only made it to the pros because sauce and rice are a good way to sell.
Game food. Get deals on saucy wings, rice, and more. Only on Uber Eats.
See this property on Craigslist for $4,300 a month? Well, it's been sitting empty for the last 28 days, and there's.
You. What do you mean? Hey, listen. You don't think you can get if your shit's on the internet, that's just content, my boy. And you know that. And you know that.
Hold on, bro. Right. So tell music on the internet, bro.
Y'all. That's so. What Blue Devil is arguing here is, hey, you know what? It's on the internet. That's all that I'm really just doing this for. But Whack is saying, well, if you're going to keep it real on the internet, you're going to keep it real 24/7, and that's just that.
Hotel music is on the internet, nigga.
And that's cool. Internet. And that's cool.
Why you ain't saying none of them? Because y'all scared, bro.
Maybe I haven't got to it, dog. Maybe I'll get to it today.
You ain't got to it.
Maybe I'll get to it today.
So now you're going to take the interview down. They say you getting pressed down.
I ain't taking shit down, homie.
Okay, so why you didn't call me the police when I was right there, bro?
Now we're getting to it.
All right, yeah, that's a good question. Why didn't you call him the police when he was right there?
Blue Devil called him a cop in content and was scrunched up in his own set with two other dudes while Whack 100 and Loose Cannon were coming.
Dubs is he's clowning him right now in the arrangements of the seats that they had going on during that interview, right? Whack 100 was sitting comfortably on one side and Loose Cannon was next to him. They were both comfortable. On the other side, there were three dudes sitting in like a sandwich type of situation. And that's sort of what Dubs is hinting at right now.
Comfortable right there. Why didn't you call him a cop when he was there? Why didn't you bring that up? That's what he wants to know. Let's see.
Bro, look, you should have done your research the same way I should have done my research. Yeah.
So he's saying you should have done your research like you should have done your research like I should have done my research. I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah, you knew where you were going. Come on.
None of your
you came on your platform.
Why you didn't call me the police when I was right there, bro?
Bro, we told you. We told you.
That you seen in real life, dude is who he is?
What?
Why you didn't call me the police when I was right there, bro?
Bro, you came in very respectful, so we gave you that same respect.
No, I came in because I didn't know none of that was going on.
I believe Whack. I really think that Whack did not know anything of what was going on whatsoever, right? But yeah.
So he just makes content putting jackets on motherfuckers and then invites them to his spot. So he just talks about shit to talk about it. He don't mean it. It's just content.
You know what? That's a very good point. There are a lot of content creators out there that really don't stand on what they mean, right? They make this content, they say and act give accusations to different people without really standing on anything other than just the idea of, hey, you know what? I think this is good content. Okay, we'll run with it. There's really a half-ass work on finding out information on a specific subject, but the half-ass information that we have sounds juicy, so let's run with it. I think that's ultimately what Dubs is criticizing right here, and I can't help but agree with him.
I'm addressing some racist shit.
You're addressing all kinds of shit.
I'm coming in to address, I'm not a fucking racist.
But you also address that you're not a rat because you're not working with rats, right?
Oh, bro, did you call me a rat? Bro, I'd have sucked.
Well, here's the thing, right? Whack 100 believes that, hey, you know what? It is not a problem to work with snitches I mean, look, I kind of get what he's saying, right? What he's saying is, let's say I hire a plumber, right? I don't go and look at his paperwork. I don't go and say, well, did this guy snitch, or is this guy good, or this and that? I mean, look, in all honesty, you're going to look at somebody's paperwork who's, let's say, doing your plumbing job. You may want to make sure that these people are not on Megan's Law. But other than that, I think you're not really going to care who you're going to do business with. And I think that's where Whack is sort of in this. Well, why is he doing business with 6ix9ine? Well, I don't know, because he doesn't believe that 6ix9ine was a gangster in the first place. He believes that he's a civilian, so he's acting upon a civilian matter, to which he went out and told the police what had happened. And this is where a lot of these rules and murky lines sort of appear in these conflicted arguments that these two are having.
Your ass out, homie, on Pyro, nigga. And blood, I come up there today. Blood,
did you hear?
Hey, listen, hey, check this out. Blood, we can get on today. Hey.
That right there, as soon as he said that, Blue Devil should have said, run it, and got off the fucking camera. He's Mr. Activo, allegedly, right?
He's right. Look, the minute somebody calls you out, you go and you address it straight away. You know, you tell them, hey, look, that's not going to happen. I'm going to beat you up, or we're going to meet up so I can beat you up. Either way, run it. I agree. That's the true sentiment that you got to have in this game, man.
He's a street dude, allegedly. See, when you're really in the streets and you're really that active motherfucker, Holmes, that's all you needed to hear. Let's see what he says.
Head up. You would have called me a rat, and you know it, nigga.
Welcome to Bed Bath & Beyond.
Who called you a rat?
Your ass out.
Who called you a rat?
We can get out, homie.
Who called you a rat?
Nigga, I'd have sucked your ass out.
I said, who called you a rat?
Calling me a rat, nigga.
I said, who called you? I said, who called you a rat?
Okay, so you know what? Everything that Whack was just doing right now, these are all grounds of violations to every degree, right? He called out his whole entire hood. He called out his whole entire set. Blue Devil has to answer to this.
So now he's disrespected Blue Devil's entire barrio that he named for him. And he disrespected everything else. He gives a fuck.
And by the way, he's never usually named or called out his barrio like that ever before. Yeah, this was a bit revealing.
This is fucking outrageous, man. And you know what? He brought it on himself. You did content on this man and then brought him on your channel. So you obviously didn't mean it, right? I mean, you got to remember, when your content goes up, people remember what you say. It was a horrible look during the live. People were talking that the comment section was like, you lost your channel. Blue Devil, you lost your channel. As I'm recording this right now, this isn't even your content. This is Wax, and I'm still in the back of my mind hesitant to even put it out because I know you report people. This is serious. You can't take this down. You have people that are going to want some answers. You got
Yeah, what he means by you got people that are going to want some answers. I'm going to leave that up for people that know, they know. And if you know, yeah, there's nothing more to say about that. But continue on and let's see what we can react out of this.
It's your whole neighborhood dissed right now. You did. Your homeboys didn't engage with this, Vato. You did.
You's a bitch. Nigga,
Hey, listen, homie, that don't listen.
You's a mark, bro. You
Listen,
a
homie.
disgrace to the Southsiders.
Are
You
you
a
done?
disgrace to everything, bro. You's a fucking coward. If you'd have told me that in my face or mentioned that, I'd have stopped you out, homie. On Power Rule, I'd have stopped you out. And we can get out today, nigga. We can line it up.
Are you done?
Fuck with me.
That are you done?
On facts, nigga.
Are you done?
Why is Blue Devil still on that camera? Why is he asking him if he's done? Well, you want him to disrespect
Are
you
you
more?
done?
Where in the fuck have you been? Anybody that has any kind of schooling knows, has seen a long time ago, Holmes, what it really is. You can't, you really sold out. You brought Whack on after you dissed him and you didn't bring it up to him, and he has every right to be mad, Holmes. You did that. And now he's doing.
Yeah, Dubs is absolutely right about this. He has every right to be mad about this, right? Because he didn't know. He had no idea. He just knew that this platform was big for the Southern California Hispanics, and he thought it was a good way of sort of, promoting or giving the propaganda that he's not a racist, I suppose.
Doing all this to you, and you want him to finish what he has to say about you?
That's bitch shit. You should have said that in my face. You never said that, homie. I gave you love. I gave you love.
And we returned that.
You came and told me,
returned that.
Off of nothing, I disrespected you. You shook my hand. You shook my hand. You shook my hand. You ain't a man.
I just took a blue chew. Sir.
You not a man. Why you shake my hand if you think I'm a rat? Why you shake my hand if you think I'm the police?
Homie.
Why did you? Why did you?
I could explain why he did. It's because Blue Devil is about just getting the content every time, right? He doesn't care how or when. It's just, this is the consequences you have to face sometimes, right? You got to stand on something. You either got to stand on something or you got to have the accurate information that you're reporting, and you got to do both of those in a very efficient manner in this YouTube game.
Again, this is a different group. You can't.
In other words, you can't allow him to talk to you like he's your OG leader.
And hide. So you hide. Everybody behind the scenes knows what you do.
What he means is that, look, there's guys out there that will literally call a gang for a one-on-one fight. Like you and me got a problem. All right, you know what? I'm ganged up. I'm going to go call the gang because me and this guy got a problem, and I'm not going to solve it because I don't want to run the fade. I don't want to fight this guy. I don't know, man. There's a lot of guys that are like that. I'm not like that. Look, hey, if I had to use a group of guys for anything, it would be because you owe me money, and I would rather not go through a long drawn civil case to try and grab it out of you, rather just try to take it out of you expeditiously in the most efficient manner that I can possibly find. And sometimes that would require a group of people. But in any regard, yeah, that would be the only time I would use them, but not for a one-on-one fight. And that's exactly what Dubs is talking about here.
Devil, but you can't with them. They function under something else. And I know you're spooked because you brought them to your place. And this is a bad look, eh? There's people that are seeing this, and that's all I'm gonna say.
Wait, you didn't hear it?
They're gonna want some answers.
You didn't hear it? You didn't hear it?
And I'm gonna
You didn't hear it?
I went through that.
So now he brought in, see, Wack brought up Droop's name, and now Droop got disrespected. But Droop didn't call, as far as I know, he didn't call Wack the things that Blue Devil called him. So you got your...
No, the other guy that was there, I'm sure, had no idea about anything that Blue Devil has said. Or if he did, it wouldn't be one of those ideas that they talk about every day, that it would be embedded in his mind. Okay, on second thought, maybe it would be a conversation that had come up at some point, like, you know, hey, whoop-de-woo, droop-de, you know, Wack is a snitch or this and that. Oh, yeah, at some point, maybe a conversation had came up, but
your whole neighborhood disrespected, Blue Devil. Now you got your co-host and your friend disrespected because of your mouth. And look at you sitting there pleading. Hear me out, Wack. Hear me out. Let's see.
I'm gonna tell you this. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm not, dude. Why you said you know where you at? You seen what it was. Yeah, we know where niggas is at. So either you gonna retract that rat shit, or it's gonna be what it's gonna be, bro. Cause niggas is not playing.
Homie, we're going based off of what's on the internet, and based off the content, based off the paperwork, and based off all this shit that's there.
I'm asking you man to man right now. Are you calling
listen, homie. I gotta go back through all that shit and read all that shit again.
So Blue is saying, you know what? It's all everything that is based off the internet and everything that everyone is saying. Yeah.
Homie. He called you a bitch, said you ain't a man, you're a buster, all this shit, and you calling him homie. And saying that you'll go back and relook at everything. I think we've seen enough, right?
Yeah, not a good look, right? Not a good look at all.
I think we've seen enough. This is crazy. What did you think was going to happen, Blue Devil? You did a live last night, and then you saw your own comment section, what they had to say. And then for some reason, you just really thought, you know what's an even better idea? To go on there.
Damn. Dubs is cooking right now.
All right. You did that, eh? You went on there. Congratulations, Holmes. And you got yourself disrespected, and you're still pleading for him to hear you out. You got your barrio disrespected. You got your co-host disrespected. People that had nothing to do with the words that came out of your mouth got disrespected. Don't.
Yeah, he's basically saying at the end of that video, hey, listen, don't run to anybody. Don't run to your body, or don't run to your gang. Don't run to your podcast hosts. You got to handle this on your own. And you know what? This is why I say you can't use a gang for a one-on-one fight. What we see in front of us right now is a one-on-one fight, and one guy is choosing to take it and the other guy isn't. But then you also got to understand, listen, man, we all understand pecking orders. There are just some guys that we will go out there and mess with. And then there are some guys that we're just not going to mess with. And that's just really the reality of it. I mean, there are guys out there that will not back down from anybody. There are guys out there like that, but they're very few. But they're still out there. Speaking of guys that are still out there that are really living that life, going back to, this Stockton Kryptonite operation that I was telling you about, right? So Stockton, California Police Department announced on Thursday successful Operation Kryptonite, which aimed at disrupting criminal street gangs in the city of Stockton. Ongoing investigation began in June 2020, resulted in 55 search warrants, 38 recovered firearms seized, 34 people arrested, part of our ecstasy, abundance of marijuana, cocaine. Families in Stockton can read a little bit easier. Okay. Yeah. So, this was what I had mentioned earlier with the Operation Kryptonite. Investigation was mostly aimed at certain street gangs in Stockton, the Asian Boys, Muddy Boys Crip, Little Ruthless Criminals, Comstock Crips, Loketown Crips, and Asian Crips, according to Stockton PD. Man, this is the thing with Whack 100, right? He's a real one, right? He's done real things just like these guys right here have done real things as well. Make no mistake about it. However, having accusations like this, it's quite serious, right? And it does get to you to a certain extent, right? Now, Whack 100 is known for exposing a lot of people, right? He's exposed a wide range of rappers that have snitched. This is just a thing that he does. One of the people that he had exposed recently or not too long ago was this Armenian guy named G-Face, right? So what's interesting about him, he runs with the Armenians for a while, but then he snitched on the Armenians and then he started running with the Mexicans, which is why a lot of people were suspicious as to wondering, well, how is it that this Armenian guy who runs with Mexicans never had any of his Armenian homies around? Well, they found out, and the reason being is because the guy literally snitched on his Armenian homies. But make no mistake, man, Armenians are a heavy part of the gang culture in California and LA in particular. Speaking of which, let's go back to this old story back in the days when LA gang members find their way into Syria. Now, I don't know why they have a Daesh flag here, because these guys that they're talking about here did not represent Daesh whatsoever. They actually fought for the Syrian side. So exaggeration serves no purpose when it comes to the Syrian crisis, from the horrifying tales of rebel extremists eating hearts of dead men to acts of medieval corporal punishments these past 3 years. Los Angeles gang members currently fighting in Syria. The statement is true by virtue of information of a self-made uploaded video online that has been circulating on the internet. By the way, this has been already taken down, this video, but I remember it was, so the video showed two distinct gang members. One is a self-proclaimed Sureño, okay, and then Armenian gang power. How about that? Organized organizations of Los Angeles both are there for one reason, to be gang banging in Syria, homie. The two individuals that fit the bill, full body tattoo slang. Okay. And so they're basically working for Syria. Western intelligence agencies have known for years now that Syria has had a magnetic center that is particularly good at attracting heterogeneous mix of foreign fighters. Unfortunately, after seeing a video containing the same level of absurdity one would expect out of an SNL skit, if an American gang members have found themselves in the Syria trenches, who isn't there? Okay. So thus it's a fight for Assad. So this is what I mean right here. They are here to fight for Assad, right? And a little bit different than the ISIS or the Daesh situation that we had talked about. So that's pretty much all that there is to it. let's get back to another story at hand right now, right? Obviously, here's something that we don't know or we do know about Conor McGregor. So recently he was found guilty. I have a video of that up right now, but many of you do not know that Conor McGregor is affiliated or is known to have mingled with the likes of Daniel Kinahan and the Irish cartel, right? So from one cartel that we're talking about to another cartel in Ireland, here we go. In our photo right here, Liam Bryan. Lad had his arm around the Crumlin brawler during a trip to the UK last year. UFC superstar shows off a car flash in a hood, striking a pose with the son of a senior Kinahan cartel member. Okay, so this was the videos and the photos I was showing you earlier right here. So here we are. Okay. All right. A little bit of a sus picture right here, but all right. All right. So that's Liam Bryan pretty much. Okay. All right. And then another article regarding Conor McGregor. This was not too long ago, by the way. This was back in 2023. So this was last year that I'm about to show you. This one was, I believe, in 2018, 2017. This article right here, the one I'm about to show you, was just last year, right here, 2023. So Conor McGregor. Right here. All right. Pictured partying with senior Kinahan associates, the Graham, the Wig, Willian, right? Enjoys a booze up at the Kinahan associates ahead of the Katie Taylor fight in the Big Three arena. So Conor McGregor, yeah, he's very well affiliated, right? And one can't argue that perhaps maybe there is a reason why the fiance of the victim, the so-called alleged victim, had been stabbed by a group of guys en masse. I don't know. But I can tell you, everybody knows that Conor McGregor is not a guy to mess with, right? So this is what I'm talking about right here. This was just days right before the beginning of the trial. Masked men broke into Nikita homes before a civil case against Conor. Wow. Yeah, not too long ago. This was around June that this had occurred. So, yep, obviously there was a guilty verdict on this particular situation. And yeah, there's a video that I have out for that right now. Go check that out. And for this one right here, that is all that I have for you guys right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Check out all the content that we have from lives, all the videos, and also on the community section. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you guys on the next particular video. Let's recap everything that we had talked about just right now, okay? Whack 100 gets into it with Blue Devil. For one, he was trying to repair his image as somebody who was seen as somebody that hated Mexicans. And then he just decided, hey, you know what? I'm going to go into a top Mexican American SoCal podcast, try to clear my name. And lo and behold, this is the same guy that dissed him and called him a snitch. And then went and confronted him and tried to punk him. And as a result, a lot of people just don't like the response of Blue Devil right now. But then again, maybe there are people that are in the know that know what they need to do and maybe are handling business and are doing it quietly. But then again, you never know by the end of the day. Also, we talked about Conor McGregor, his influence with the Irish cartel, how that may have affected this case in some kind of way, or maybe witness intimidation. But obviously, to no avail, he lost the case. It was a small price to pay, but that was that. Also, understand this, not all rappers are fake. I know there's a lot of them that are. I know there's a lot of people out there that try to play a role just like what they do in the fight game, just like what Colby Covington does, just like what Conor McGregor does. But by the end of the day, there are people out there that are really real and are really real about that life. And we can't underestimate anybody out here. Not whatsoever. But also, the main thing that we got to learn from the Blue Devil and the WAC 100 situation is this. You have to stand on your information. In other words, you really have to check and make sure and verify that every single information you put out there is accurate. Because otherwise, you're just doing a disservice to the people that you were reporting about and to the people that you are reporting this to, which is the worldwide audience. But on any regard, this is really all that I have for this video. This has been another epic video that I had made. I hope you guys enjoyed it from top to bottom. I will see you guys in the next content, in the next live stream, and all of my content in the community section. So share, tell a friend to tell a friend. I will see you guys in the next video, and I will talk to you guys soon. All right, well, don't go anywhere yet, because after that bonus content that I just gave you, I'm about to discuss UFC 310. 20 minutes ago, I just wrote that and posted and said, yeah, so in less than 20 minutes, we're going to talk about UFC 310 and the entire card. So here it is. They got an entire card for UFC 310 already. We've been wondering what they were going to put together in this card. Obviously, Eric Anders and Chris Weidman are going to be in this fight because they were supposed to originally be in UFC 309. Now they are here. Cody Durden taking on Joshua Van. Houston's own Joshua Van. Michael Chiesa, how about this? Taking on Max Griffin. Wow, man. Our very own Max Griffin out here in Sacramento. Michael Chiesa, longtime veteran in the 155 division, now moving up in the welterweight division, taking on what is now considered a veteran in the UFC and Max Griffin. And here they are meeting each other once again. Well, speaking of veteran and young up-and-comer, Chase Hooper taking on Clay Guida. I like the contrasting aspects of this fight. Obviously, Clay Guida coming from being a 145er to a 155er and so on and so forth. Chase Hooper, the same thing, fighting in multiple weight classes, now fighting at 155. Kennedy Njeku taking on Lucas Breggi at the heavyweight division. That's going to be an interesting matchup. And in the preliminary cards, you got Dominic Reyes taking on Anthony Smith. So once again, another card that is supposed to be another fight that was supposed to be in another card now transferred into UFC 310. Vicente Luque taking on Themba Gorimbo. Real interesting matchup. Obviously, Vicente Luque was supposed to fight Nick Diaz, to be exact. Sorry. That never came about because he's just not in the right state of mind, right? By the way, as the week goes on, I'm going to be doing a full card prediction on this. I'm just giving you guys some preview to this and giving some kind of commentary and what I think of this fight. Well, how about this? 18-0 taking on the former champion in the weight class below, Aljamain Sterling. Now, this right here is a very interesting fight. Now, why is this in the preliminary cards? I'm not complaining. Hey, we get to see this fight a whole lot earlier than what we are supposed to, and you can't be really too mad at that, can you? So, real interesting matchup to take a look at, and yeah, we're going to have a full breakdown on this entire card pretty soon. I just got to do some more research on these fighters to sort of give a better context of what we are looking at. Brian Battle, obviously coming off of a win back in Paris, taking on Randy Brown. So, what exactly did happen in Paris with Brian Battle? Does anyone remember what happened? Well, let's go back to memory lane, right? Not that long ago, Brian Battle, literally a month ago. Let's hear what we had to talk about with Brian Battle versus France about a month ago. Let's talk about that.
It's clearly obvious that there is a contrasting difference between the laws of France, the United Kingdom, and the United States. And what had happened with Brian Battle over the weekend in terms of getting fined and a ban from the French athletic commissions, in particular the Paris commissions that were overseeing the UFC Paris card over the weekend between Moicano and Saint Denis as the headline. And obviously, Brian Battle gave the middle finger and criticized, or no, I'm sorry, it was actually Moicano that criticized the French government, and obviously within good reasons. Well, right now, I'm also going to tell you some contrasting lifestyles and tolerance levels between the authorities and, let's say, the minority community of France, just from my own anecdotal experience. Now, in 2001, in the summer of, I went to Paris, and I remember I was sitting at a park, and there was this old French couple that was sort of signaling at the other to sort of get away from me in a way where, like, as if I would be a potential threat. And again, if you are old and there are a bunch of youngsters around, and at the time I was probably 16, so it is a possibility that you do have to take caution. You can't just believe everybody is around you in good faith. You never know. So you have to be cautious. So that I understood. But you can't ignore the xenophobic sentiments that the French have always had, and if not most Europeans, especially in the modern times with the rise of the Tommy Robinson type of figures in the world. But nonetheless, it's a different world. It's a different way of looking at things. Another thing, I ran across this Filipino family in Paris, right? They were playing loud rap music, and out of nowhere, the French police came there and basically told them to lower down the music. Now, does this happen anywhere else in the world? Well, I'll tell you what, out here in California, I think the police, whether it would be Sacramento PD or LAPD or San Jose PD or SFPD, I think they got a lot more things to worry about than try to curb down people that are, let's say, playing loud rap music. But in France and in Paris in particular, it seems to be the overall agenda to promote peace or to promote harmony within society of some sort. A little draconian for my taste, but nonetheless, that's just the reality of their tolerance level in terms of the people that are placed in authority, in particular the police, and now moving up to, let's say, the politicians, people like Marine Le Pen, who is a known Islamophobe. Same with Macron. Again, I don't want to get into their personal lives. Obviously, if you know anything about Macron, yeah, let's not go there. But either way, understand this. They have a different way of operating. They have a different way of looking at things, and they have a different way of clamping down that same type of mentality that I was telling you about with the Filipino family that was told to lower down their music because for whatever reason it was a public place. And I don't know, it wasn't really a problem or a nuisance. It just seemed like, okay, well, you know what, we're the police, this is just what we have to do, so we're going to do that, as opposed to, let's say, if you are from a community where the police have to do way more work than just try to clamp down on people that are doing loud music. But either way, the fine for $250,000. Oh man, that's a little hefty. I don't think Brian Battle even made that in his fight. How you doing? And that is a little bit severe. Now you got to ask yourself, what is their reasoning behind that? Well, because they probably think in their minds that this is like finding an NBA player, which, by the way, can probably afford a quarter of a mil type of fine. They could fine an NHL player for something like this because they can probably afford it. An NFL player, Major League Baseball, all the soccer clubs, if you're a top player, you can afford it. These are not those guys. So it's a very hefty situation. And also, it kind of clears the reality of the fact that they are just lost in touch with the realities of mixed martial arts, right? Because I'll tell you this, the next video that I'm actually going to make after this is going to be regarding the class action lawsuit and the settlement behind that. And again, that goes into fighter pay. That is a different concept and a different video for a different topic. But to focus on this one, and again, it's not to say that I'm shy from, let's say, switching topics or going back and forth, but I really wanted to hone down on this particular story with the French Commission clamping down on the free expression of somebody like Brian Battle, which, by the way, I'm not trying to get all patriotic or, hoorah, USA, this and that, but obviously it is the French that did help America obtain the freedom of speech, right? And it is kind of ironic that they go behind and do this to, let's be honest, an American company that is going into France and generating income for their particular section of Paris, boosting the economy. You got to imagine the people that are coming there in the UFC Paris card now to America and to the American audience that is watching this from home during the weekend. It may not seem like the biggest deal in the world, but in France and in Paris, it is a big deal. They have pictures and headlines of Saint-Denis and Moicano. And you know what? Who better than Moicano and Saint-Denis to put it together, right? Great personality. And obviously Saint-Denis is what they consider a stand-up guy for the French, and being that he is a serviceman and is part of the French Special Forces. And so he's basically the hometown favorite, right? The headline. So it generated a lot of money. And I think they have to give respect to this in some kind of way. Now, again, it's not anything that I can change, nor do I pretend to know everything about this particular case right now, because guess what? In order to really give full comprehension of this whole entire piece, you got to understand French laws, which I don't understand and have never really studied or gotten into. But I do know the temperament and the exercise of discretion from the authorities and how they would express it in comparison to, let's say, the police in the United States or in the UK or in Australia, right? I think they would exercise it in a much more firm manner, and in a matter where they care more about the civility of actions rather than, let's say, the management of public safety or the lack of public safety. In other words, they will clamp down on people that are playing loud music before they would clamp down on, let's say, a gentleman who escaped prison, right? This Arab gentleman, he escaped prison. He had a whole team run up a van that he was being transported in and got out, and they had to use the special forces to go and find this guy. I don't know if they ever found this guy or anything like that, but there's a lot of people that get away with a lot of different crimes in Paris, right? But that's another story for another time, and that's actually more for the experts of European crime drama or European crime statistics and things of that trajectory. But for this, I would imagine that Dana White is going to war with the French commissions over this, because Dana White is a believer of freedom of speech. And by the way, here's what's really interesting about that, and where this story really becomes a heroic spin for Dana White. You see, a lot of companies out there, whether it's the NHL, the MLB, the NBA, they all want to clamp down on expression. They don't want guys to over celebrate. They don't want guys to dance or display some sort of, how do I say this in the most politically or impolitically correct way, ethnic expression. They don't want any of that, right? Which is why they try and make the players wear suits before they go in their games. Because let's be honest, you look at the NFL and the NBA, a lot of people are down with a thug culture in that particular area or demographics of players that are going to be in the locker room. They're into that, right? That's what they're into, and they want to clamp down on that. But in the world of fighting, they welcome it, and they welcome any weird expressions that you have. They welcome any strange opinions that you have, and they welcome anything that is going to be eye-catching and thought-provoking, even if it is controversial. But not in the world of mainstream professional sports, no. And Dana White comes in and he says, you know what, Moicano, you know what, Brian Battle, I'm going to protect you. If the French are going to act like that, then guess what? We're not going to do business with them anymore. We're not going to have shows or UFC fights in Paris anymore. We'll just go right over next door to England. They're right next door. It's an easy fix. Let's just go there. And the French might just say, you know what? Maybe that's a good idea, or maybe it's not a good idea. Why is it a good idea, or why is it not a good idea? I'm going to explain why right now. If, let's say, the UFC did not really generate a high amounts of gate in that particular event, then it is really easy to say that, you know what, in terms of the French Commission, this is not worth the business. Because you got to understand, you're dealing with France that has a different demographics. Maybe they have a different temperament or a different sensibility when it comes to taking certain entertainment. But then again, my experience traveling in France and watching their local TVs and the type of media that they are interested in, it's no different than an American or British gangster culture. People are attracted to these types of content. People are attracted to fighting just like they are in England and the United States and Australia. They are also interested in politics, but in a different way. And once again, politics is different everywhere else in the world, and freedom of speech is a meaning and an application in one way in America, but a whole different meaning with a certain set of laws that are way older than America and, let's say, Europe. So they just have a different way of doing things. But either way, Dana White is not going to stand for it. He's going to allow the fighters to say and do what they want, because realistically, that is the essence of fighting. So what if a guy has, let's say, certain views that are uncalled for to you? Well, guess what? They are in a world where they can monetize that into entertainment and, as a result, make good money out of it. So the question is, did the French make good money out of it? We don't know. Only time will tell. But if they did make great money out of it, they are going to bend to Dana White. But if they didn't, then that means that they're just going to move on and not care that the UFC doesn't want to do shows there, because guess what? They have a big soccer culture already. From what I understand, they also have a big basketball culture. That's where Tony Parker came from, the San Antonio Spurs NBA champion. That's where he came from. So keep that in mind. Also, Cyril Gahn grew up playing basketball in Paris. So they have a high different amounts of sports. And then on top of that, yeah, Cyril Gahn was a former Muay Thai champion, and Muay Thai is a very big sport over there in which they have imported from Thailand and in Asia and elsewhere and created their own style called Savate. But yeah, that's another topic for another time, in particular in topics of history. So don't forget to like and subscribe. I hope you guys like this content, and I hope I explained everything that I can, inshallah.
All right, so that is basically the long-winded explanation of Brian Battle's last fight, going into this new fight with Randy Brown in UFC 310. So that right there is the preliminary and the early prelims of UFC 310. Now let's get to the main card, the exciting main card, by the way, right? Nate Landier opening the card with Choi Doi Hoi. You know this is going to be a banger right here. These guys are going to land bombs after bombs after bombs. And then the next fight after that, it's a grappling fest between Kron Gracie and Bryce Mitchell. How will this play out? Obviously, Kron Gracie is high-level jiu-jitsu, but quite a novice in MMA. I mean, 7 fights in his career against a 16-3 Bryce Mitchell. Now, Bryce Mitchell, I think, is the much more well-rounded fighter, but one can even argue that he has the better jiu-jitsu for MMA. But more on that later down this week as we discuss what's going to happen with this and give a full breakdown of the entire card. Obviously, Cyril Gahn, Alexander Volkov coming back for a rematch. Alexander Volkov is sort of in a hot streak right now. Cyril Gahn is trying to show that he is on top of the division, a top contender, and this is the fight to go out and prove it. Alexander Volkov has a chance to redeem himself after all of these wins that he's got going on. Now, in the co-main event, this right here, I think, is probably even way more exciting than the main event. And that's saying a lot considering the main event is a championship fight. But I think the main event is pretty big in it for a 125 fight. It's big for what it is. Kaya Sakara, obviously a UFC debutant, getting a title shot. That's big. Ian Machado Gary, 15-0 against the 18-0 Shavkat Rakhmonov. Obviously, these two guys have trained together, but they're at the top of the division. Rakhmonov was supposed to fight Bilal Muhammad. He still decided he was going to get in here and fight, still for bigger stakes, really. I mean, it's undefeated versus undefeated. You can't get anything better than that, man. I mean, that right there is amazing. You have two guys that are undefeated, and what more can you want, man? That makes fights really exciting, right? You got two undefeated guys. I mean, what more do you want? But it's not the fight that we wanted in the beginning. I think we wanted Bilal Muhammad, but Ian Machado Gary versus Shavkat is good enough. Let's just be honest, right? A lot of people really find Ian Gary annoying, even though he can come across as a really nice kid. However, all of this that is going on with Ian Gary, it's cringy for a lot of people. And he's not the fan favorite in this one. Obviously, Shavkat is the fan favorite going into this one. But speaking of fan favorite, obviously Kai, as I've mentioned to you earlier, is a big star in Japan. Okay? Once again, making his debut as a title challenger. I can't emphasize that enough, and I can't say that enough in many different words, but it's amazing. But Alexandre Pantoja has a very interesting history. You guys know about the interesting history that he had going on. He had a father that had left him behind and things of that nature. I mean, it is absolutely devastating to hear some of the things that have gone on with this young man's life. But he persevered through it and became a champion. You can't help but root for a guy like that. So that is literally what we have for the stacked UFC 310 card, and I can't wait for it. But after UFC 310, you know what you have after that, right? You got one more fight after that, which is Covington versus Buckley. Should we go over the entire card for that one? Yeah, why not? Let's do it. Okay. Let's do it, and then let's get to the Tyson Fury fight right afterwards. Okay, let's just do a little bit of a rundown. Not exactly a full prediction. I will do a full prediction on all these fights, all of the last fights that we have in the UFC for 2024. Here we are. Okay, so the first fight of the night for December 14th, Josephine Kunsun taking on Para Rodriguez. Davy Grant versus Ramon Tavares. Miranda Maverick taking on Jamie Lynn Hort. Navajo Sterling takes on Tuco Tucos and the light heavyweight division. How about this? MMA's Kendrick Lamar, Manil Cap taking on Bruno Silva. Sean Woodson taking on Fernando Padilla. Joel Alvarez taking on Jakar Close. Adrian Yanez taking on Daniel Marcos. And that is the prelims for the UFC's December 14th Fight Night card. So we move on to the main card. What do we got? Michael Johnson versus Ottoman Azatar at the 155 division. Vitor Petrino taking on Justin Jacoby. Cub Swanson taking on Billy Quintrillo. And Mackenzie Dern taking on Amanda Hebaz. And in the main event, the last fight of 2024, Joaquin Buckley versus Colby Covington. Now, look, a lot of people gave way too much flack against Buckley for calling out Conor McGregor. Well, what was he supposed to do? I mean, this is what you do. You go out and you call people out and hope that you get some big names. Well, he got something a little bit better than Conor McGregor. Not in terms of the money, obviously, because you're always going to make more money than with fighting Conor. But fighting Colby Covington, that's not bad. And then doing it in Florida, that's not bad as well. But not doing it in pay-per-view, it's good for Joaquin Buckley. But it is what it is, and we are where we are, and that's that. But Joaquin Buckley did a good job of putting himself out there and promoting himself because, hey, in this game, as cringy as it may look and as cringy as sometimes it may sound, the guys that open their mouth are the ones that get fed. And speaking of the ones that open their mouth and get fed, who other than Tyson Fury, which we're going to transition this whole entire live stream and this whole entire discussion on. Tyson Fury taking on Alexander Usyk. So like we said earlier, right? It's great that this fight is happening twice, and it's happening twice because the Saudis are putting competitive fights out there. And you know what? Sometimes a rematch clause is not really needed. They didn't give a rematch clause with Arthur Beterbiev. You guys remember that. There was no rematch clause for that, so there isn't going to be any, unless, of course, they feel compelled in wanting to do it, and perhaps the motivation of a very close fight may sort of prompt that to happen. And in considering that Arthur Beterbiev never went to a scorecard, and he finally did, so now it creates an even bigger mystique for this fight. And by the way, Bivol didn't do too bad for himself, regardless of what his no good ex-wife would have to say about it, because she's always trying to bring him down and saying that, well, he lost or this and that. But man, he walked away with millions and millions of dollars. Yeah, he lost on his record, but he came out of there with dignity, knowing that he gave him the hardest fight that he could, that he will ever have. Arthur Beterbiev is never going to have a fight that hard ever in his career again. And Bivol did that. Name anybody in the 75 division that can do that to him. Name anybody in the cruiserweight division that can do that to him. And by the way, Arthur Beterbiev took on Usyk. Did he beat Usyk? Let's take a look at that. Did Beterbiev beat Usyk in the amateurs? So back in 07, yes, Arthur Beterbiev did defeat Usyk in 07. Usyk won against Beterbiev in 2011 and 2012. Okay, so he does have a win over Usyk nonetheless. That's the important point about it, is that he has a win over Usyk, but Usyk has a win over him twice. Okay, so just saying there's an interesting matchup to look forward to in the future. So a couple of questions that I have about this fight, right? What is Tyson Fury going to do different? Now, he came into this fight a whole lot heavier. I'm a little bit concerned with that, right? Because sometimes when somebody is coming in a little bit heavy, I think it is because they lack the intensity in training. Now, is that true for Tyson Fury? Well, only if it's not deliberate in the weight gain that he's trying to make. For example, if it was planned that you're going to gain all this weight in order to have a strength and size advantage, then that is understandable. Okay, at that point, the aesthetics of the body doesn't really matter, but rather the overall performance that the athlete can go out there and input, right? So honestly, we don't know. There's a lot of mysteries going into this fight, but I could tell you the difference between Eastern European fighters and Western fighters is this. I believe that Western fighters, for the most part, maybe more so with the British fighters and the American fighters, emphasize volume over the quality of punches. Whereas I believe the Eastern Europeans have an emphasis for quality of punches and quality of footwork and quality of efficient movement more than the Western fighters that may sort of rely a lot on physical attributes. Obviously, if you're a fast puncher, you're going to rely a lot on fast attributes. If you have good footwork, you're going to rely a lot on your own attributes rather than your actual skill set. And this is a difference between Eastern Europeans and that of Western fighters, is the quality of punches versus the quantity of punches that they put out there. So, yeah. I'm excited to see how this fight is going to go. I'm excited to see if this fight is going to be anywhere close to the first one or if there's going to be something different. Okay? I mean, really. But let's see here. I want to play this video for you. Kamzat and Tyson Fury, the expectation of greatness and illusion. Come to find out, the 90s era of boxing. Check this classic episode out right here. For those of you that have been watching this particular channel for quite some time, you know that the majority of the time I'm usually in a car shooting these videos. And you notice there's two cars that I would usually use. One is an older model, which is this one, and then the other one is a newer model, a 22. Now, what's significant about that in retrospect to what I'm about to talk to you about in terms of Khamzat Chimaev and Tyson Fury? Stay with me for a second, because there's a point to this, and I always have a point to whatever it is I'm trying to explain to you. So, The reason why I have a 2016 model and why I decided to keep it even after getting a 22, let's just be honest. 2016s have a CD player and the newer models don't. I don't know when they stopped using the CD player system in the cars. I don't know if it was somewhere in 2017, 18, maybe somewhere around that time frame. But if you buy a newer car, 22, 23, 24, and beyond, you're just not going to have a CD player. Now, does that make it better, or does that make it different, or does that make it unique for its particular moment of time in history? Now you see where a lot of this is going in terms of what I'm about to explain to you. Tyson Fury went in there as an experienced fighter against a novice, not even a novice, a debutant. And by the way, we can argue about the notion of whether Francis has been in real fights or not. The fact of the matter is, you can't deny MMA as a combat sport and as some kind of experience in using your hands in an unarmed combat situation, especially when you go in a sport that literally requires you to do one thing, and that's to use your hands in an unarmed situation and then get points and rewarded for it and even win as the victor if, let's say, you come out and knock out and finish your opponent. Well, obviously, none of those things happen. Now, what about Khamzat Chimaev? Here's Khamzat Chimaev, a guy who is least experienced, but in the opposite end, fighting someone like Kamaru Usman, who is the veteran, the former champion, the guy that's literally on his way down as Khamzat is on his way up. So why is this significant? Let's go back to the boxing side of this particular argument. There's this common notion that a lot of people always go about saying, you know what? Boxing ain't what it used to be anymore. Boxing ain't what it used to be. I have a couple of theories on that. For one, the reason why you often hear this is probably because of the fact that, let's just face it, a lot of people that say this have a 90s nostalgia of the days of Lennox Lewis, Mike Tyson, and the names that you can go back in the list, Evander Holyfield. Those were the days when, let's just be honest about it, African Americans were dominating boxing. And nowadays, you look at the modern landscape of boxing, you could say that the British guys are sort of running the scene, at least in a heavyweight division. You look at the top heavyweights in boxing right now, damn near all of them are British. So no wonder a lot of people are saying boxing ain't what it used to be. You look at the English fans in boxing, every week they turn up. It's like a never-ending party. And then on top of that, they celebrate their boxing events. Whereas here in the United States, the only boxing event we would really care about are the ones with the big names or the ones that have an influential social media angle to it, i.e. influencers, YouTubers, TikTokers, and all these people that have beef with each other online and decided they want to go settle it in the ring. That's basically the modern legacy of American boxing as we know it today. And who is the utmost leader of that particular concept? None other than Jake Paul. Obviously, he's not the one that created the concept, but nonetheless, he's the ever-leading man in that particular stratosphere of influential boxing and whatnot. So now, going back to this subject, what I mentioned about the 2016 as opposed to having a 2022 car, right? The 2016 has a CD player. The 22 doesn't. Tyson Fury has some flaws that the last undisputed champion of Britain never had. Now, at the same time, Tyson Fury's never lost in ways that Lennox Lewis has. However, Lennox Lewis avenged all of his losses in the same similar fashion that George St. Pierre avenged all of his losses and never took a loss since and beat every man that he's been in there with, which is why I compare GSP as literally the Lennox Lewis of MMA and Lennox Lewis as the GSP of boxing. So something to think about. Now, one era has contrasting differences of what it is that they go through and the challenges that they face. I don't think Lennox Lewis has ever in his entire life that he would imagine to have ever fight, let's say, somebody from a different discipline. Even if kickboxing was big, or let's say, hypothetically, kickboxing was big in the 1980s and 90s, and there was, let's say, one figure in the heavyweight division that we all want to see scrap it out with the heavyweight champ of boxing, right? He would have never imagined dealing with anybody like that, let alone, let's say, YouTubers or actors or anything of that nature. Because the 90s back then, they were just all so above something like that. Whereas in the modern world and everything that we see today, it's like as if anything goes, anything can happen, and anything will happen. Now, you look at Khamzat Chimaev. Let's compare him to the past predecessors of the past, in particular, George St. Pierre. Now, once again, Khamzat Chimaev is undefeated. George St. Pierre is not. And why am I comparing Khamzat Chimaev to George St. Pierre? Well, let's just face it. He encompasses the two weight classes that GSP has dominated in some kind of way. Obviously, multiple title defenses at 170, winning the middleweight champion one time and then vacating it just for the sake of saying that he went in there and won his second title and then riding off into the sunset once again, victorious in his original position, retiring as a 170-pound division champion. Now, what is better between Khamzat and George St. Pierre? Because we're talking about new models versus old models. Just because one model has one thing that the older model doesn't have, or if the newer model has some things that, or doesn't have things that the older model has, it doesn't make it any better or worse. And by the way, by the end of it all, it is just all about subjective opinions upon subjective opinions, nothing objective. And by the way, speaking of George St. Pierre, one of the most compelling arguments that he's ever made, being that unarguably, he's one of the best fighters of all time, if not the greatest, just based on the statistics, based on the fact that he's beating everybody that's in front of him, based on the fact that he's never got caught up with drugs or anything of that nature. Very important to understand. So, yes, we can say he is the greatest of all time in that, but he also said that there is no such thing as the greatest of all time. It's a made-up concept. It's a concept that, like what I just said a couple of seconds ago, literally subjective. It is a subjective opinion, not an objective fact. Because if you want to talk objectivity, Khamzat has yet to win a world title. George St. Pierre, on the other hand, has won multiple titles. Now, does that make him better than George St. Pierre? Now, by looking at the two guys, the one thing that you can really understand and look at is that Khamzat just seems to look like a naturally stronger fighter. Now, George St. Pierre, don't get me wrong, is a very strong fighter. You look at all the training videos that he's done, it's very similar to what George St. Pierre has done, right? It's, by the way, you look at some of my training videos that I did for MMA conditioning. If you look on the video section below, probably about 3 months ago, you'll see I do the same similar workouts, right? These workouts are literally designed to help you become stronger in clinch positions, to be stronger in wrestling exchanges, to have incredible knockout power in terms of being able to have that extra torque in your hips and in your legs in order to generate the power from the ground. So these are important matters to take a look at in understanding training methods that have always worked, right? So these are not anything new. The Russians have been using this same particular system, or what you would call, let's say, the CrossFit system, whereas American athletes for several decades in the combat sports realms or in other realms of, let's say, functional training really weren't doing anything resembling that. They just went on with the conventional bodybuilding training methods that, quite frankly, are inconducive to the world of combat sports. So, what is better? Now, let's take a look at and understand the performances that these two men have had in their recent times. I'm talking about Tyson Fury and Khamzat Chimaev, the two main guys that are the topic of discussion for this particular content. And why is it that I decided I wanted to talk about this is because of the criticism that they both have faced in their recent matchup. The one thing that I have to say about that, and the one important aspect that many people have to really grasp when it comes to combat sports is, once again, I always say it over and over again, it is the theater of the unknown. And when you are dealing with a theater of the unknown, you don't know how the matchup is going to unfold, which is why, once again, you go back to the notion that George St. Pierre said the greatest of all time does not exist. And let me break down exactly what he means by that. Suppose you are the world champion. You win a fight on a Saturday. You come back to the gym Monday. You do a sparring session. Okay? By the way, let's add some context into this hypothetical story. That championship fight you fought Saturday, you're battered, beaten, and bruised, tired from all the lactic acid that you built up. And by the way, anybody that's competed or has been in the cage, has been in the ring, has been on the mat, or any type of form of competition knows one thing, that the exertion that you have to put on in these types of fights, especially if you go the distance or further rounds down the road, guess what? You're going to be even more tired than you've ever been in, let's say, a 1 or 2 workout session in a day type of situation. Why? Because your adrenaline is pumped high to the max. On top of that, you're nervous, so your central nervous system is affecting the way that you're going about things. So, not to get on the science of fighting and adrenaline and combat and things of that nature, but let's just say you went through all that on a Saturday and you are going on a sparring session Monday. Guess what happens? You could end up getting beat by a guy who's fresh, who, by the way, has a fight coming up in 2 weeks and is somewhat close in his peaking range before he goes into his matchup. So this is the reason why the idea of the greatest of all time does not exist, because you can look great on a Saturday in the world stage where everybody markets it as the best versus the best, and then you come out on top of that particular contest. Now you're crowned the best in the world, but then you got all these other killers in your gym that are as equally good as you, but may not have the notoriety or have not gotten up to the level that you've gotten to yet. So that is the reason why the notion of the greatest of all time does not exist. Another thing that people have to understand about that is this is the reason why some guys just don't look great on certain nights, and then you go and downplay their skills. For all you know, Tyson Fury could literally come back and put it on Usyk in ways that you would have never imagined just based on what you saw in the Francis Ngannou fight. And for all you know, Khamzat Chimaev may just blow Sean Strickland out the waters in ways that you would have never imagined, because he didn't look like that in a Kamaru Usman fight. Now, I know MMA math doesn't work in that particular concept, but you got to understand, Usman has a win over Strickland. So is it fair to say that perhaps maybe Kamaru Usman is the better fighter? Well, maybe he was a better fighter during that time era. But what about now? Also, not to take into consideration, maybe Khamzat Chimaev has already gone through the hardest part of all, which is Kamaru Usman. And now he's going to face on an even easier champion than Sean Strickland. You never know. Because guess what? I'm going to leave off with this. Khabib didn't look much in the Al Iaquinta fight when he fought in UFC 223. That was when he had to change opponents because, well, Tony Ferguson fell out. Tony Ferguson had a few injuries. Tony Ferguson had a few of these situations going on, and he was pulled out of the fight. During that fight week, they went to Max Holloway. They couldn't clear him. They went to Anthony Pettis. They're like, he's not ranked high enough, even though he was a former world champion. And finally, they went to El-Kheer, who, by the way, went to a full 5-round decision against Khabib. And guess what? Guess who was watching this entire fight, sitting in his Brooklyn jail cell after he threw a dolly in a bus? None other than the notorious Conor McGregor. And then he said to himself, this is easy work. I just came off of fighting Floyd, and now I get to go in here and have some easy work in MMA and defend my lineal 155 championship. But guess what? By the end of it all, who looked better? El-Kheer or Conor McGregor against Khabib? And we know the answer to that. It was El-Kheer. It was just a bad matchup for Khabib. Hear me, brother.
Yeah, I can hear you. We can hear you. What's the deal? What's your name? Where you from?
What's good, brother? This is Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA from the Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA channel. Tapping in with my boy Rich Trapper. Hey, man,
Yes,
listen.
sir.
I got to tell you, as an MMA guy, one MMA guy to another, I can understand why you talk with such confidence when you want to challenge these guys for fades. Because, look, let's be real about this, right? A lot of these guys, they don't train the way that we would, right? They don't put in that kind of work to really physically build their body into a weapon, right? You know, most of these guys, you know, they either just smoke or drink all day and, you know, don't really care about their health. So with that, I can kind of understand, like, yo, you know what, man, I could pull the punk card on these dudes, you know, and I kind of understand why you do that with such confidence. And then I look at all these other YouTubers and rappers, and I'm thinking, like, why don't they ever call any of these guys out? Now, look, let me be clear, right? You know, I mess with Rich Trapper's content, right? I got no problem with nobody or anything like that, but I do understand when you do got to stand on business, and you know, I give you all the props for doing exactly that, my man, and that's why I tap in with your channel, because you're a real one. And for all of those that are watching this right now, for all your MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all, man, you blah, blah, blah. See, here go the thing. I didn't call no fades. I responded to fades. That's the difference. That's the difference. I didn't call no fades. I responded to fades, and now I'm gonna keep responding to fades because you niggas did. You niggas called me out for fades for content. I accepted that shit in real life. Now I'm tripping. So for everybody in YouTube land, oh, well, if you train fighter, how come this, how come that, blah, blah, blah. I kept that shit to myself. I was chilling. I was humble as fuck. I came in this motherfucker humble as a bitch. I was cool. I was respectful. I was thankful. I wasn't tripping on nobody. Niggas tried to use me for content and it didn't work because I'm with the bullshit. Y'all see the representation of me. Y'all don't know who I am in real life. Y'all see who I am now. Y'all don't know where I came from. Nigga, what? You want to get out? Nigga, me motherfucking too. You have no idea. What? I've been waiting on a nigga to trip. Shit, what? You let's do it. Let's do it. So I will say this. They started it. I just took it too far. And I'm gonna keep taking it too far, and I'm gonna keep going further and further and further, and pushing the envelope and pushing the envelope and pushing the envelope. Because who the fuck is gonna do something? It's a nigga that can whoop my ass. His name is just not Cash Jones. His name is just not Tremaine Williams. His name is just not Officer Christopher Loveboys. His name is not David Jala. It's niggas out here who can whip my feet. It ain't them faux niggas. That's what the fuck I know. That's what the fuck I know. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna be Melvin, little stupid looking ass either. It's not gonna happen. Or Vincent. It's not gonna be none of them niggas. It's not gonna be none of Vincent. You're not gonna be the nigga to do it either. Cockstar, Vincent. You're not gonna be the nigga to do it either, bro. It's not gonna happen. There's niggas out here who can whip my feet. It's just not these niggas. Every one of them niggas call me out. I'm just responding happily. I just want to know where I can get my. I just want to know where can I pick up my invitation to the party. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So there's nobody else who wants to join. If there's anything that y'all want to ask about, anything y'all want to talk about, you feel me? Who is this? Bodega Bart? Fine.
right now, Conor McGregor has one of the biggest inconveniences in his life right now. A government that is investigating you. That alone is going to distract you from a lot of the focuses that you need to hone in on. For example, there's the Michael Chandler fight. There's also the pressure to basically headline UFC 300, a very big card that the UFC is making a big deal out of because of the number and because of its significance and the fact that we are landing in 30-year mark of the UFC, or so at least in 2023. Obviously, in 2024, that makes it 31. Now, speaking of 30s, Conor McGregor is now 35 years old, and you got to ask yourself, where has the time gone? He came into the UFC at 24 years old, maybe even a little bit younger. Yeah, 24 years old, he came into the UFC, dominated from 2014, 2015, 16, and then after that, it was quite a bit of a downhill because of just different mishaps. Obviously, part of the game, you win some, you lose some, but then he tried to get back on the horse, and it just became a problem continuously because, one, there was a pandemic, and why was that a problem? Conor would have loved to have fought in an empty crowd arena. The problem is that would not sit well with the UFC because you're missing out on the revenue that you could make with an arena fight, and it cheapens Conor McGregor as a product. Now, some can argue and say that, you know what? Fighting in a pandemic, you would have made a whole lot of money based on the ratings that you would have been able to pull. And if there's anybody that was able to pull ratings during the pandemic, it would have been Conor McGregor. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. He wasn't allowed to fight because it was a very difficult task for not only the matchmakers, probably that's the easiest part of them all, but when you're talking about a distribution company like Disney, ESPN on top of that as a media conglomerate, you got to work really hard in trying to promote the fact that there is a Conor McGregor fight going on. You have to inform every part of the globe, including people in your country, including people outside of the United States, and on top of that, people within Ireland, which is the fan base of Conor McGregor in the first place, which segues me into Ireland. Because right now, Ireland as a government is targeting Conor McGregor for quote-unquote inciting violence. And obviously, this is a follow-up video to the first video that I did regarding Conor McGregor and Tommy Robinson and how all of this relates to the fact that, well, I mean, it's a fighting channel that you're watching right now. It's not a political channel. And again, this is why I say that this channel shines in these types of concepts, because as much as I'm trying to talk to you about how much this will affect his fighting, his technique, his preparation, and then talking about the business side in which the UFC was not profiting from putting him out there in fights during a pandemic, you can't help but relate this to geopolitics because really the Irish government wants to get involved. And you know what I said in the last video? They want to create some sort of laws that prohibit certain speeches online. And currently, they don't have these types of laws to facilitate whatever it is that they're investigating Conor McGregor for. And now they want to give a reason to why they're even investigating him in the first place. So while they're investigating him, they're creating laws. And again, this is why I'm telling you guys, this is not like America or anywhere else in this part of the world, i.e. Canada or maybe even Mexico. Obviously, a completely different ball game in terms of their, third world ways of being able to work through their government bureaucracies. But nonetheless, all governments are quite all the same in a lot of ways. One, if you give them a certain leverage of power, they're going to use it to a certain advantage that is going to either help them, their people, or their party, or whatever type of entities that are involved in the mix. But in this case, one of the reasons why the Irish government wants to go after Conor McGregor so bad is because of the fact that, well, let's be honest. Governments want to tame down chaos and things that, well, are not, let's say, controllable, right? They want to be able to control things, right? Check this out right here. There it is. It's a little ATV action. So what I was saying was that, like, governments want to be able to control their citizens to a certain degree. Yes, there is a certain aspect of freedom that you are granted, but you also got to understand that if the governments cannot control their people, it's going to cost them some tax money. It's going to cost them property damage. And on top of that, you got to take into consideration why George Floyd's case was the way that it was, even if, let's say, you lean towards the decision that Derek Chauvin didn't do anything wrong. That is, if you hold that type of opinion. And the reason being is that there is a conspiracy looming around saying that they needed to have Derek Chauvin guilty because guess what? If they don't, then the property damage and everything that's going to go on as a result of reprisals and crowd anger and mob mentalities is just an absolute expensive mess for the government. So they want to clamp down and control it. Well, guess what? Conor McGregor, he doesn't have to just worry about fighting. Obviously, fighting is on his mind. Michael Chandler is on his mind. And by the way, all of these investigations could literally delay all of that, if not put him out of the fight altogether. So this is what's going on. They want to control Conor because they know that at some level he has more control over the Irish population than maybe even the government itself. And again, maybe that's an overstatement. Maybe I just live in an MMA bubble and may not understand the higher scope of global politics that involves, let's say, bureaucracies or even the sociology of understanding people's interests in terms of politics versus Conor McGregor, right? Maybe the politicians are a lot more powerful and a lot more popular than Conor in Ireland, but maybe they're not. And maybe Conor is really as powerful as what we may know him to be, and that could be a serious, serious problem for the Irish government. Either way, don't forget to like and subscribe. Constantly dropping these contents one after another after another. As long as you continue to watch, like, and subscribe, I'm going to continue to drop more so that I can facilitate